Hello everyone, welcome back. So today we're going to be doing something fun. We're going to be making our Paladin on NA. This is a level 60 boost. This character is super fresh. I literally just made it just moments ago. And we're ready to absolutely blast through the leveling process by getting boosted. And then we also are going to blast through the item level as we always do. And we're going to be talking today about Season 4 prep, because we are starting to get news about Season 4, which is a good sign. It means that it's probably right around the corner. We still don't have an exact date on it. We don't know when it's coming. We don't know a lot of the details, but some of the details are being filled in for us every single day. While I'm getting level boosted here, because there's not going to be much happening, I'm just going to be on my dinosaur. We're going to talk about the Scale Commander article because that finally came out. So this is an article that I submitted to Wowhead. Actually, it was a little over a week ago, but they've posted it now. And I'm really excited to share this article with y'all because it took a lot of time to write this. And I am feeling very good about Scale Commander in general. Like, just, it seems really fun. But I want you to get like the full picture here. So I made sure to like fully explain what my thought process is with this and how I feel like this whole spec is going to work. So we're going to basically cover this like we did the augmentation one before for Scale Commander, the one by Jericho, my Wowhead co-writer. We both do evoker stuff for DPS evokers. He does augmentation, I do devastation. Anyways. So, Devastation Scale Commander Evoker Preview. I wrote, after the Director were created by Neltharion and enlisted in his army, they were divided into factions. Each had a leader referred to as a Scale Commander. This is where the concept comes from. Hero talents are elevated variants of specializations reserved for those who are cut above the rest. Scale Commander introduces a fresh new take on the idea of Devastation Evoker. As a Scale Commander, you are a battle-hardened leader with the power to decimate your foes in an overwhelming show of force. That is the concept. You are out here absolutely blasting. You're a Scale Commander, you're a leader, so to speak. And the talents kind of represent that. So, what does Blizzard have to say about this? Well, they say Scale Commanders are chosen generals of the Director, specializing in calling targets and inspiring those around them. They are experts in using flight during battle and are often seen leading the charge while in the sky. It's interesting that there's so much emphasis on the sky, but we'll talk about why that's important in just a little bit. Skill Commander traits mainly relate to our blue and black spells. For Devastation, that's going to be Disintegrate, Deep Breath. Those are the primary things that we're going to be focusing on here. And those are going to be significantly upgraded when choosing this tree. Every time we empower a spell, our Disintegrate is going to be upgraded to Mass Disintegrate. A couple questions about this. We'll get to that just a little bit. But the main one is, does this buff stack? Do we have to use it right away? Do we lose it? We don't know. We'll have to get our hands on it. Yo, what's up, Kaidar? Wonderfully written. Thank you. I appreciate that. I saw your comment, or I think there was someone else who had a similar name who put a really nice comment, and I actually was smiling when I was reading those. Normally, Wowhead comments are really brutal, but I was reading through the comments on the article. So far, it's looking really nice. Oh wait, maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was someone else. I don't know. I was just flipping through the comments earlier today. There's always fun ones like this, right? But yeah, we got a lot of. Oh, this is the one I thought it was. Okay, never mind. Yeah, no. I'm really stoked about this, and I feel like a lot of that came through in what I wrote here. And this article actually took me a while to write. It was about like, I think I spent like 12 hours writing this and like researching it because there was a lot to go over. Like Skill Commander, that's what I like about this talent spec. These hero talents. You, at first glance, you wouldn't really think it's all that much, right? You've got like, oh, it's Mass Disintegrate, you're buffing Deep Breath, you got these other procs, like whatever, right? No big deal. But then you start thinking about it a little bit further and you start thinking like, whoa, there's all these little interactions that are actually really cool. And it's about the pieces, right? As they say, the devil's in the details. The details on this are actually really interesting. And I find that like looking into this, there is so much more than there is at first glance. And I think this is actually a really good example of like how hero talent should be for every class. I think they did like an exceptional job with this. And to be honest, I don't know if there's another hero talent spec that's as awesome as this one is, like in terms of like how it changes your gameplay, how it changes the aesthetics of your class, like the overall look and feel of it. We obviously don't have our hands on it yet, but just like from reading it, it sounds really, really awesome. And I think that this is like a great example of like what we should expect from all the hero talents. Some of them failed to deliver, right? We are not one of those specs. We are not a spec that's getting a kind of bad hero talent. Like, we're actually getting an insane one. We don't know what Ruby Adept is yet. We have to wait to see that. But this is looking like A+, 10 of 10 so far. Wonderfully written. Thank you. Yeah, Evoker community is lucky to have someone like you. Well, I appreciate that. Excellent article. You got me anxious to play Devastation in the next expansion. Awesome. Love to hear that. Dude, me too. I'm so excited for this. Like, honestly, I was like so happy when I realized how this might affect our play. And the way I structured this article, I want to focus on like the big points first, right? So let's get back to the article. Skill commander traits mainly relate to our blue and black spells. We already covered that. So we're talking about stuff with Disintegrate and Deep Breath. That's like the focus here. But we also have this new thing called Bombardments. So bombardments make it so that basically we mark a target and they're going to have like these strikes happening on them. They're dealing volcanic damage. This is most likely going to be like a black spell in terms of like its classification, which means it'll probably get modified by anything that modifies black spells. But what's interesting about bombardments is it isn't just you who can proc this, it's also your allies. We don't actually know the logistics on this. We don't know what the proc rate is. We don't know if there's like some sort of internal cooldown on your allies procking it. But what we do know is it scales on targets, so it can go up to 3 targets. It's with other talents. So like obviously there's a damage component, and then there's other components as well that do have that scaling up to 3 targets. So this tree reworks Deep Breath into a proper cooldown. This is very important to note like right away, because if you don't have this context, you will not understand the tree in the same way as if you do. Like, you need to understand that what we're talking about whenever we talk about Deep Breath in here is not Deep Breath as you know it, okay? This is not the annoying Deep Breath that you have to do with the reticle, trying to fiddle with it, trying to get it to go off, and it just won't go off. This isn't the Deep Breath that locks you in and forces you to take a swirly and then you die, right? We're talking about a different ability. They're actually changing Deep Breath on a fundamental level with these hero talents. And that's very important to understand because it recontextualizes the entire tree, because a lot of it revolves around Deep Breath. And if you're thinking of the current Deep Breath, you're going to think, oh, this is shit. I don't want to press that button, right? So hold your judgments on Deep Breath until you read, or until you hear me read through the rest of it, because it's going to change things. So the bottom trait is maneuverability at the very bottom here. Deep Breath can now be steered in your desired direction, and in addition to that, you also deal more damage with it. It's going to deal additional damage over 12 seconds. In my mind, this will probably double the damage of it. We don't know exactly how much damage this is going to do, but what we do know is it's going to deal more damage, and we'll be able to control it. Now, since you're able to control the ability, players can now steer the Evoker. It no longer really makes sense for you to have a reticle for this anymore, because you're just going to take control of a vehicle, essentially, whenever you're in Deep Breath. So already like half of the frustrations that players have with Deep Breath have been removed, because now you don't have to have the stupid reticle where it's like, I'm trying to use this thing and I can't because it says I don't have a path available, or it says that I don't have like enough distance, right? It's not short enough. You don't have to worry about those frustrations as much anymore, because you're just going to basically take off whenever you press ability. That's how it should work, and that's how I think it will work. If it doesn't work this way, that's obviously feedback we'll have to give, but I think that it probably will work this way. In addition, targets standing in the fire will have their defenses melted, causing them to take increased damage from the Evoker for a short time. That's another part of this. We're pressing this ability a lot. It's supposed to be a really fun button to press. And again, it goes with the theme of Skill Commander. We are, we're seen in flight, often seen in flight during battle, often seen leading the charge while in the sky. Leading the charge as an opening with it, right? This is very much in line with the lore, the fantasy of Skill Commander. And yeah, hopefully Deep Breath is a good button to press, because if it's not, then this whole tree might be at risk of not being fun, right? Deep Breath has to be a fun button to press for this tree to work. I think they can deliver on this based on what we're reading. I think it will be fun. So yeah, anyways, to reiterate, at first glance, this tree is straightforward, but the talent interactions with these upgraded abilities are where things get very interesting. This is a very well thought out tree with fun new abilities, straightforward buffs, and just the right amount of complexity to keep things interesting. As many of you know, Devastation Evoker is not very complex. Like, it's pretty straightforward. There are like little details that like you want to min-max to get to the point where you're doing like the optimal damage, but it's very easy to just pick up an Evoker and start playing it. And with this tree, that's going to still be true, but there's going to be even more depth if you want to really, you know, deep dive into it, right? And that's a really good thing. Okay, so let's talk about the core components here. Sorry about that, I didn't mute in time. Okay, so core components of this. Number one is Mass Disintegrate. This is the first trait on the tree. So in the pre-patch, let's count the traits, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right? You only get one of the choice notes. So there's 11 points here, which means that one of them is going to be at level 70. And then you're going to have 71, 72, 73, yada, yada. Once you reach max level, you will have every trait here. The only difference is going to be the choice notes that you choose, but you'll take the entire tree if you're playing this, right? So what this means is that the first trait is going to most likely be available in the pre-patch. Mass Disintegrate will most likely be available during Dragonflight. We'll be able to get it at the very tail end of it and see it before the War Within. I'm confident in this. We'll have to wait and see if they actually do that, but they've kind of alluded to it, and it just kind of makes sense with how many traits are here. So I think that's a given. So Mass Disintegrate's the first and most important one to cover here. This is like a big part of the skill commander tree and like the fantasy behind it. So we've seen other bosses use Mass Disintegrate, like for instance on Starkrath. He has this ability where he uses Mass Disintegrate. It's a little weird. He spawns like these clones and they shoot a beam. I don't think it's going to look like that because that's more of a boss mechanic. I think more than likely, we're just going to shoot multiple beams out of our mouth. That's probably what it's going to look like. But really cool concept. So it says, empowered spells cause your next Disintegrate to strike up to 3 targets. And if you don't have 3 targets available, it's going to increase the damage on Disintegrate by 25% for each missing target. So in 2 target, right, what that's going to do is increase our damage on our 2 Disintegrates by 25%. If we have only 1 target, then we're going to have a 50% increase Disintegrate. So obviously it's better to have more targets, right? Like if we have 3 targets, that's ideal. But having 2 targets isn't bad because we're still getting like a pretty good amount of damage. And then obviously in single target, this is still an increase, but like not as much. What's really interesting about Disintegrate is just how much in the tree actually gets modified by Disintegrate damage, and like how much Disintegrate damage changes what happens behind the scenes, like in cooldown reduction, in terms of buffs that you gain. There's a lot that kind of interacts with Disintegrate. So I write here, this is the first note of Scale Commander. Using Fire Breath or Eternity Surge will upgrade our Disintegrate to Mass Disintegrate, causing it to cleave up to 2 additional targets. Damage is increased by 25% for each missing target. In pure single target, we will enjoy an increase of 50% per Disintegrate per Empower. Using simulation data and some quick napkin math, we can assume this to be about 5 to 8% overall damage increase in single target. In AoE, obviously we're going to lose the damage on our primary target, but we gain a lot of extra damage in exchange. So there's this concept called funnel. Funnel is whenever you deal damage to a primary target and having additional tertiary targets around that target causes the damage to increase on the target that you're focusing, your primary target. This is something that a lot of classes have had in the past, but now it's a little bit more rare to have funnel. True funnel, right? Because people will say funnel, and sometimes it just means it's like DPS neutral or maybe even a loss, but that's not really the true definition of funnel. Like funnel actually means that your damage on the single target is increased. Like that is what true funnel is. And although you will have technically less damage on your Disintegrate if you add additional targets, this will most likely still be funnel for us. Even though we're getting less damage on that main Disintegrate, the fact that we're doing the extra Disintegrates, that will actually give us funnel. And I'll explain why this is. But our damage on our primary target will likely increase in cleave despite losing the single target buff. To understand the full scope of this talent in AoE, we need to first understand disintegrate modifiers and how adding additional ticks of it could potentially affect our rotation and damage to the primary target. So here are the interactions that we need to cover. Number one is causality. Causality makes it so every single time disintegrate ticks, it's on damage, so this should work with this talent. We do get a 0.5 second each time it ticks reduction on our empowers. Remember that empowers are how we gain mass disintegrate. So more empowers means more mass disintegrate. More mass disintegrate means more empowers. You see how there's a loop here. There's a feedback loop here. That's a very good thing. We like this a lot. So each tick of disintegrate reduces the cooldown of our empower spells. Fire Breath and Eternity Surge. These spells are powerful and typically used on cooldown. Having more frequent empowers means also having more damage in the form of bombardments. We also get more iridescence buffs, which is the 20% damage buff to the spells of the same color. We also get more power swell essence generation. And we get more Dragon Rage uptime via animosity. So animosity is a big part of why this is going to be funnel for us, because if we hit 3 targets, we are getting our empowers up much faster, which means we're going to be able to use more empowers during Dragon Rage, which means it's going to be easier to get a Dragon Rage to go beyond 34 seconds. 34 seconds is the baseline. You should always get at least 34 seconds of Dragon Rage if you're playing correctly. An Evoker with 0 gear, 0 haste, completely naked can do 34 seconds easily. It does not take much to do this. You just have to play well. But where things get interesting is if you go up to 42 seconds or even higher, right? 42 seconds should be achievable during Bloodlust for most people. It's a little RG dependent. Kind of depends on your haste too. But if you have even more haste, then it becomes very easy to get to that point and maybe even go further. So obviously with causality, this means if we have additional targets, we're pretty much guaranteed to get the increased Dragon Rage uptime, right? Up to 8 seconds more, maybe even more than 8 seconds, right? We don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. But it also means more mass disintegrate since empowers are how we generate them. The end result is that we will have more damage in general and the possibility of gaining funnel depending on our target count here. The second component of this, and this is even, I would say it's like equally important here. Mass disintegrate also gives us scintillation procs. So scintillation procs are based on disintegrate damage as well. It's not disintegrate cast. So both of these should work with mass disintegrate. So each time disintegrate ticks, it has a chance to proc scintillation. Scintillation is a 15% proc per tick. One disintegrate has 4 ticks, which means we have 4 chances, 4 rolls at 15%. There's obviously a chance that you roll every single time and you hit the jackpot right and get all 4. Very rare for that to happen. On average, we're going to get, at least 1 or 2 procs with the mass disintegrate. That's just going to be how it is, right? But scintillation isn't just Eternity Surge damage on the primary target. It's also damage on the secondary targets as well if we have the talent for that, Eternity Span. Eternity Span makes it so that our Eternity Surges hit 2 targets, right? So if I'm hitting 2 targets, both of my disintegrates are ticking, and both of those proc scintillation, guess what's going to happen? Both of those targets are going to scintillate each other, right? If I proc, let's say I get super giga lucky and I proc 8 scintillations on 1 disintegrate, this is entirely possible, right? Just you wouldn't see it very much, but all 8 of those procs are going to hit both targets. That's a lot of damage. That's like really crazy 2-target cleave, right? Like we like that a lot. This is cool. This is fun. So each disintegrate cast will have up to 4 ticks, which means mass disintegrate can technically tick up to 12 times in a single cast. It's not going to. Just gonna throw it out there. It's like extremely unlikely that you will ever see a 12 proc. Okay, it might be just like once the entire time you're playing World of Warcraft, but it is technically possible. So it is something that we should consider. If targets are clumped, that means that scintillation procs will have a chance to hit our primary target. So obviously this is a component of the funnel that we're discussing. Also, we have causality that we already talked about too. Now on to the obvious. Disintegrate's a really hard hitting spell. Like this spell hits really hard. This is where most of our damage comes from. So mass disintegrate hitting more than 1 target means we get to multiply that damage. We can multiply it up to 3 times. And there's also other benefits, right? We have Catalyze. Catalyze is a talent that makes it so that our Fire Breath ticks faster on the target we're channeling Disintegrate on. Normally, this is only going to be on our primary target because Disintegrate single target, but with 3 targets, we can have this go triple, right? This unfortunately won't mean that we proc more burnouts because burnout has an internal cooldown on when it procs, but it does mean that we're going to get a lot more damage from our Fire Breath, and a good talent is getting even better. Another benefit for AoE is that Charge Blast is so much better. Charge Blast is back on the table, my friends. We are so hyped for this because Charge Blast is this awesome talent that we almost never take. Because in AoE, you don't really want to be using every pyre with Charge Blast. Like, for Charge Blast to be good, you have to be having a lot of stacks for each pyre. That just isn't how it works right now because you aren't able to generate those stacks fast enough. But with Mass Disintegrate, if you're using this in AoE, you will be generating a ton of Charge Blast stacks, right? Because it's on tick. It's each tick of Disintegrate gives you a stack. So one Mass Disintegrate with like one Scintillation proc, because remember, Scintillation procs also count for this, that's going to easily be like 16 seconds of Charge Blast. 16 stacks of Charge Blast. So boom, we're just like filled up on our stacks, right? Because it stacks at 20. So one Mass Disintegrate is basically going to double the damage of our next pyre. So in addition to having like this hard-hitting AoE, we also are having this increased Charge Blast damage. This is technically not funnel because if we're throwing pyre, we're like not getting as much out of it. So like pyre is kind of the opposite there. Unless pyre is able to get us the extra uptime on Dragon Rage, which right now is actually true. Like there are cases right now where it's actually more single target for you to throw out a couple pyres because it might be just a couple pyres to get you 8 seconds more of Dragon Rage. The best example of this I can give you is currently on Tendril. Whenever you're doing this boss, like in phase 1, you know how the roots spawn, right? So in my guild, they're always like, oh, make sure you aren't hitting the roots too hard. Like, make sure you're focusing on your boss damage. Well, as a Devastation Evoker, I am focusing on my boss damage by hitting the roots with pyre. Because if I throw out 2 pyres, that's a guaranteed third in power. Right? Like, as long as I throw out 2 pyres just right on that boss, I should be able to get 42 seconds of Dragon Rage, like, pretty much guaranteed every single time. So, that extra 8 seconds of Dragon Rage is worth the 2 globals of AoE that I'm doing. So, although my damage is going down because I'm pressing pyre, like, on the boss, my damage is actually going up on the boss because those 2 pyres allow me to have my Dragon Rage last longer, which is also going to interact with the current tier bonus. It is worth it. Like, it's actually funnel for us. We have that right now. Like, we already have funnel. But this is just going to make it more important. Max Murdoch says, threat is still a problem. Yes, you're absolutely right. So, threat is a problem. I cover that in this article. I think Blizzard really needs to think about threat because we have such an awesome kit, but it doesn't matter how cool the kit is if it doesn't work. Because you just died a threat. Like, if tank threat isn't good enough to keep the mobs from just beating your head in, then you can't really make use of these talents, right? Like, you can't really do anything with them because you're just going to be afraid to press the button. Because if you press the button, you're just going to AoE taunt the mobs, and now you have threat, and now you're dead, right? So it is a serious concern, and I really do hope that they look into this. I know they've been awfully coy about it up until now. Anytime threat is brought up, they're like, yeah, that's not really a problem. But, like, it really is a problem, though. Like, it really is a problem. So, hopefully, War Within, hopefully we see some sort of threat mitigation. And not on the AUG tree. Not on the AUG tree. Put it on the dev tree, man. Come on. Or the class tree. Just, like, something to reduce our threat. I think it's just, like, a no-brainer. We should have some form of a fade. Rogues are getting 100% uptime on Tricks of the Trade. Right? There's no excuse for why we can't have like a crumb of threat reduction. But that's we'll get to that as we move through the article. Okay, so maneuverability. We already kind of talked about this, but this is the trait that is changing our deep breath fundamentally. So as Devastation Evokers know, deep breath is not a great button to press, especially since it does not activate most of the time due to range or terrain. When it does work, it's unreasonably dangerous since ground effects can still affect you, and once you begin the cast, you are locked in. I like to describe deep breaths, or like the thought of using deep breath as like an intrusive thought, right? It's like the weird thoughts you have in your head that are, you wouldn't do them, but it's like, oh, what if I did this thing? And it would, do something harmful or something like that. So like deep breath is really dangerous. And like anytime you're thinking about using deep breath, usually you shouldn't use it. Because if you use deep breath, there's like a pretty good chance something's going to go wrong. Anything that causes you to completely lose control of your character for that long is kind of problematic, right? And deep breath really locks you in because you have the wind up and then you have to fly to your destination. And while you're doing this whole song and dance, like you can't control your character at all. You can't move, you can't dodge the swirly, you can't disengage from it. There's no eject button. It's like once you're in, and that's it, and you have to just pray that nothing bad happens, right? The problem with it is, regardless of how careful you are, you can still get unlucky. You can still die to ground effects while you're flying. So even if you see the coast is clear and you're like, oh, I'm completely safe to press this button, it looks like the perfect opportunity, let's go ahead and press it. Even if that's the case, it's still dangerous, right? And that's bad. That's really, really bad, because it means that it's just a button you don't want to ever press. And being a 2-minute cooldown that you never want to press, I mean, that feels really bad, right? Like 2-minute cooldown should be something you really want to press. You know what I mean? Like, it's defeating the purpose. Like, what is the purpose of this ability if I know using it means like 50-50 on if I'm going to survive or not, right? Like, it's just not worth it. The math isn't there. So let's talk about why maneuverability is great. So number one, they imply that you're going to be able to steer it, right? So being able to steer it means it's probably going to work like a vehicle. So this is speculation, but here's how I imagine it's going to work. You're going to press the ability. Once you press the ability, you're just going to immediately take off. So you press the button, you just fly into the air, just like so. And then once you're in the air, you're going to start moving forward, and you can steer the correct the direction here with your character, just like turning your character. I imagine this will be similar to like how you dragon ride. So like you can't cut, like, you can't spin in place, right? Like you can't turn on a dime, but you'll have like some control over how fast you can turn, and maybe it's restrictive, but in a way you still have control of your character, right? So like if I'm in a deep breath and I see a swirling in front of me, I can just dodge it, right? I can just move to the side. Not a big deal. As opposed to the current design where I'm just locked in and I just have to hold my breath and hope I survive. But yeah, after you are like fully armed and you're flying forward, what I imagine is pressing the button again or like cancel ordering it will cause you to leave it so that you can eject from it. So after moving a certain distance, you're going to have some sort of ability to land or eject from the ability. At least that's how I see it. Hopefully it works this way. This concept for Deep Breath fixes many of the issues the ability currently has and could be really fun. If Deep Breath with maneuverability still feels terrible to press, it may compromise the entire tree. So I really hope that this works the way I think it does, and I do think it will. But of course, if it doesn't, we'll have to make sure to get feedback on that, because it's really important that this works the way we think it does, right? Or else the whole tree is maybe not something that we can stomach, because we'll have to press this ability a lot. It's like a pretty core part of it. And one of the reasons why it's a core part is Milt Armor. So in addition to dealing additional damage and having the damage of Deep Breath and gaining the full effect of our mastery, because remember, Deep Breath has Tyranny, right? So we gain the full effect of our mastery. We also have Milt Armor, which makes targets have increased damage from our spinders. So this also makes our bombardments do more damage too. It's a 12-second duration, and basically once you take off, you will just cause any targets that you hit with Deep Breath to take 20% increased damage from your pyres and from your disintegrates, your mass disintegrates, your bombardments, etc. We also have a couple traits that are going to affect this. So we have like Maya the Black Dragonflight, which is just black damage is increased by 10%, so that's probably going to affect bombardments and Deep Breath for devastation and nothing else. We also obviously have like Deep Breath talents as well. But yeah, if it isn't clear by now, Deep Breath is a significant part of the Scale Commander gameplay. You will be using this ability a lot. It's very important that this ability feels good to press, because if it doesn't, again, you got a problem. Lucas says, one thing that would be awesome is if they added direct to Deep Breath spell 1 avoidance mod like 30 to 50, because we still need it mostly to pass the time through dangerous places with it. Yeah, so I think Deep Breath should just not get affected by ground effects, personally. Like, the whole idea is I'm flying in the air, right? So, like, why is it then that if I fly over a lava pool, I take damage from that lava pool? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, I think it should be coded as if you're actually in the air, because, like, I'm flying, right? Like, why is it that a line on Nemu is hitting me during my Deep Breath? Why is it that a lava pool on the ground is hitting me during my Deep Breath? This just doesn't make sense. So I think having like some sort of AoE modifier on it would be like pretty good as a concept, but I think being able to steer it is also really good. Both of them are good, but I really do agree with you. Like, I think it should have some sort of AoE modifier. Like, maybe don't have a modifier for just like damage in general, but have it have some sort of modifier for AoE damage. Because it really doesn't make sense. Like, if I'm in the air, why the heck does lava hit me? That doesn't make any sense, right? Doesn't make any sense. I should take less damage for that. I should take 0 damage from it, but I don't know if they have the I don't know if they have the tools to make it so I take 0 damage. So I would say a compromise is just like make me take less AoE damage during it. And then bombardments. Okay, so this is something that we actually don't know a lot about. So a lot of this is going to be speculation, but we're going to talk about what we know. So each time we use an empowered spell, we gain Mass Disintegrate. Using Mass Disintegrate marks the target for bombardments. It's going to be the primary target though. So even if I hit 3 targets, it's the one I'm actually looking at. So that's going to be a 10-second buff, and you're basically going to have it so that your allies can proc damage off of it. You could think of this kind of similar to the Helm enchant currently, where there's like the owls that fly from the sky and explode. I imagine it would look like that, but with maybe Draktyr instead. I think the proc rate is going to work more like Inferno's Blessing, the augmentation ability. So that's just like a proc for your allies to get the additional damage. I don't really think this is going to be all that important in terms of like thinking about, you know, oh, I got to really focus on my bombardments, right? It's just RNG. But it is going to have some other effects because we have other talents that are modified by bombardments. So it's a cool thing. It's supposed to be like a fantasy thing, and it just procs. Not something we really have to think about too much. But until we know like the details on it, we can't really like get a gauge on like what the full we won't really be able to get a gauge on like what the full scope of this is till we see it. But we also have Wing Leader. Hold on one second. Are you inviting? Oh, okay, so they're shifting our phase. Hold on, my Paladin is level 65. We're getting boosted right now, so I gotta make sure we join the next group that we get to. Okay, anyways. Wing Leader is one of the talents that actually modifies bombardments. This talent makes it so our Deep Breath cooldown is reduced every single time we proc the bombardments. So it says bombardments reduce the cooldown of Deep Breath by 1 second for each target struck, up to 3 seconds. This was the thing I was talking about before, where we've got like this modifier where we can scale up to 3 targets. So if we have 3 targets, we're going to get triple the value out of the bombardment because it's an AoE hit, right? So each of these will proc and give us cooldown reduction on Deep Breath per target hit up to 3 targets. There's still a lot of unknowns here, but we can assume that Deep Breath cooldown is going to be much shorter in group content in Mythic Plus, since the cooldown reduction seems to scale with target count and with our allies. So in single target, we will not get as much value out of this, but we will get probably a lot of value out of it in AoE, and especially in AoE and Raid. And then let's talk about the other components. So we already talked about this before, but Might of the Black Dragonflight, this is just 10% increased damage on our Deep Breath and bombardments. There's really not much else to talk about here. It's very straightforward. Onslaught is also pretty straightforward. It's just you get a burnout proc whenever you enter combat. Burnout procs allow you to cast Living Flame instantly. This is a nice quality of life thing because not having a burnout proc in your first bit of your Dragon Rage can be a little frustrating. And this will guarantee that we get a burnout proc right away, as long as we don't accidentally spend it. As long as we hardcast our Living Flame into our like the rest of our cooldowns, we will have this burnout proc for Dragon Rage when we need it to get that Leaping Flames to Essence Burst. Also, it means that if we're like doing solo content or doing like Mythic Plus, where like the pulls are like pretty quick, it's gonna be really nice because we're just gonna get one of these procs like all the time. We'll just constantly be procking these free burnout procs. And then Unrelenting Siege is like the opposite of Onslaught. Basically, it makes it so that the longer we stay in combat, the more damage our builders do. As Devastation Evokers, our builders actually contribute like a significant amount of our damage. So Living Flame having increased damage up to 50% is actually pretty big. Keep in mind, this will actually work with stuff like Scarlet Adaptation. It will work with stuff like Leaping Flames. It's going to work with Everburning Flame. It's going to work with anything that modifies our Living Flame damage, which means that Living Flame damage will actually be pretty big after 50 seconds. Like if we're 50 seconds into the pull, and then there's like 4 targets to hit, and we hit like a max rank Fire Breath into like a Living Flame with full Scarlet Adaptation, that's going to do a lot of damage. Right now, it's already doing like over 1 million damage. So like it's going to be just 50% more, right? Pretty big. One thing that we don't know about this talent is like how it's going to fall off. It just says that like it goes up during combat, so I assume it goes down out of combat. 2 different ways it could happen. One is it could just immediately go to 0, which would be kind of lame. The other way is maybe it ticks down at the same rate that it would tick up. So that would be 1% per second. So in that version of it, you'd have to be out of combat for 50 seconds for it to go back down to 0. I think that makes a lot more sense. It's like a bar that we're filling up, because then you wouldn't want to do weird stuff to stay in combat. Like if this talent works where it just instantly zeroes out, you'll probably do weird stuff to stay in combat. Like dropping love fools and like doing other weird stuff like that. I don't think that's a good idea. I really hope it works where it ticks down over time. That would make it a lot easier to deal with. Or else we're going to do some weird stuff. Because obviously this is more powerful than Onslaught, right? Like we'd want to stay in combat as opposed to leaving combat. And then we have some choice nodes. So 2 of the choice nodes are going to be related to like utility and defensiveness, just like all the other trees. And then one of them actually has to do with damage. So up first is Hardened Scales versus Menacing Presence. This is a no-brainer. We just get 5% more reduction on Obsidian Scales, which is fantastic here. Definitely going to take this trait. Whereas Menacing Presence is just, you know, we get like reduced damage during knocks. This is not really great for us because our only knocks are Tail Swipe and Wing Buffet as Devastation. But as Augmentation, you have Upheaval too. So this is like a bigger deal for Augmentation. But I think this is mainly a PvP thing. Because if you're in PvP, you can actually knock your enemy, right? And that's going to make your enemy deal less damage to you. So if you're ever in trouble, you could just knock. And then now that's like effectively defensive, right? So I could see this having like niche uses maybe, but I think for the most part, we're going to go with Hardened Scales. And then next up is going to be Nimble Flyer versus Tailwinds. This one's actually a really interesting choice because I could see like it being the default Nimble Flyer, but Tailwinds might actually be really useful for us. So Nimble Flyer makes it so that our hover makes us take 10% less damage from AoE. And that's just like a persistent 10% avoidance while hover's up. Pretty good, right? Obviously for Augmentation, you can have hover up times that are like way higher than Devastation. But having this reduced damage from AoE attacks while you're in the air kind of makes sense. It's kind of along the theme of Deep Breath, or like how Deep Breath should be, right? Like if I'm in the air, I should take less damage from area effects because I'm further from the ground. That just makes sense, right? But then the flip side of this is Tailwinds, right? Tailwinds makes it so Deep Breath resets the cooldown of hover. Now, the wording on this is ambiguous because is it one charge of hover? Is it both charges of hover? I mean, this could be a big deal. Like if we use Deep Breath a lot, and this is actually giving us 2 charges of hover, that really gives us a lot of mobility. Like a lot of mobility, where we're actually considering like, is it worth it to take the 10% less damage? Obviously, Mythic Plus, like super high keys, if you're pushing like the hardest content available in the game, this is going to be a lock-in, right? You'll just Nimble Flyer and you won't even think about it. But for other content, especially if there's like a lot of movement, or like especially like in PvP, where area damage doesn't really do much to you, so you don't really have to worry too much about avoidance, Tailwinds is actually huge because it means you'll just be able to hover like so much more. And in PvP, hover actually is way better than it is in PvE because you've got other modifiers for hover. So this could be really, really good in PvP. So yeah, I think Nimble Flyer is going to be like the lock-in for like very strong rating counters and for high Mythic Plus. But I could see Tailwinds being more fun to play generally, better in PvP. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But definitely in solo content, Tailwinds is going to be chef kiss beautiful. We're going to love that talent. I think we're probably going to be Nimble Flyer enjoyers, but we'll be dreaming of Tailwinds. But anyways, it's an interesting choice. I think more realistically, they should probably make these 2 a little closer, but we'll have to wait and see like how it actually is before we try and figure out what the tuning should be, because we just don't know yet. And then the last trait is Extended Battle versus Diverted Power. So this is one where they both modify bombardments, which we don't know what the proc rate is on them. So it's really hard to kind of make an assessment of both of these in this choice node. But we're just going to kind of spitball here. So the final choice node here is with bombardments and essence abilities. Extended Battle makes our bombardments basically give us more uptime every time we spend essence, whereas the other one gives us more essence to spend every single time we proc it. Or it says it has a chance, so technically it wouldn't be every time. It'd be a chance to proc it. So on one hand, you get more damage procs and cooldown reduction for Deep Breath with Wing Leader if you have Extended Battle. On the other hand, you could get more free Disintegrates and more free Pyres, which means more Empowers, which means more Mass Disintegrates, which means more Bombardment. So I think in a way, they both give you increased uptime. I'm going to go with probably diverted power is like the one we'll end up going with, but we'll have to wait and see like what it actually looks like, right? And so let's go ahead and put this whole thing together. So the emphasis on deep breath and disintegrating this tree is going to make us definitely look towards those talents. They're going to be more appealing now because we have these extra interactions. So Milt Armor, Maneuverability, Might Dragonflight, these all increase the benefits and potency of Deep Breath. And Wing Leader allows us to get a reduced cooldown. So if we pick up Onyx Legacy, that's going to be 1 minute cooldown off of Deep Breath. That's going to double our Deep Breath effectiveness, essentially giving us twice as much uptime on Milt Armor, twice as much damage from Maneuverability. It's just, to me, this is like a no-brainer. We also have other talents that definitely work with Deep Breath too, like Terror of the Skies, where we have this reliable stun. It's going to be really nice because we should have this stun up for pretty much every pull with Onyx Legacy and our Wing Leader talent. And then we also have Lay Waste, which is just like more damage on Deep Breath. If we're pressing Deep Breath all that much more, if we're even pressing single target, then having 20% increased damage on it could end up being worth it, right? So Lay Waste seems like a pretty strong contender here, especially in AoE, but we'll have to see it. One that's a little bit of I'd say this is like a bit of a cook. I'm not sure what I'm cooking here, but this could be a cook. Imminent Destruction. The problem is, like, what do you drop for this, right? Because we're locked into Scintillation, we're locked into Causality, like, we're not dropping those. I guess Iridescence, but Iridescence also benefits from more powers. It's hard to justify this talent, but just think about it for a second, right? Like, if we're using Deep Breath all this much more, then this allows us to have reduced costs on our Essence Spenders after that Deep Breath, and we're going to be dealing more damage during the Deep Breath Milt Armor window. So, like, if you think about it, Imminent Destruction may actually be useful. I think in AoE, this one might be something that we look into, but it's really hard to say. Like, we'll have to actually play it out, but remember, right? Like, Imminent Destruction makes our Pyre a 1 essence cost. That's pretty crazy, right? 1 essence cost for a Pyre, 2 essence cost for a Disintegrate, for a Mass Disintegrate, right? This is just another benefit for Deep Breath, but I don't know if we can justify it. I don't know if it's going to fit, but I think what's really important to note about Scale Commander here and like how it fits together is that it is helping us with the problem we have currently with dead talents. So like if you look at the Devastation tree right now, there are a lot of dead talents. In fact, if we look at what we pick versus what we don't pick, pretty much everything we don't pick is a dead talent, except for like Volatility and sometimes Charge Blast. There's a lot of dead talents on the left-hand side, like Feed the Flames, Imminent Destruction, Raging Inferno, Snapfire, Firestorm, Ruby Embers, Everburning Flame, Fallen Magic. Pretty much on the left side, we've got like this huge dead chunk, right? And then right now we also have Lay Waste and Onyx Legacy. These are also dead talents technically, but in PvP they actually get used. Like people are already using Lay Waste in PvP, people are already using Onyx Legacy in PvP. This just makes those two dead talents more alive. And it means that like pretty much all of our dead talents are focused here on the left-hand side of the tree. So it may not be perfect, but what it does do is it helps us eliminate some of those dead talents, and it makes us have more interesting choices in our talent tree, which is a win. That's a big W, right? No matter how you look at it, this is a win. So like, how would it look? Let's say you enter combat, you're going to Deep Breath, you're going to apply that Milt Armor, that's going to make your Essence Spenders deal 20% damage, that's going to make your target stun for 3 seconds, and it's also going to generate a Burnout proc because we get into combat. After that, we're going to use Fire Breath. Fire Breath gives us Red Iridescence, that's another 20% damage, and it's going to give us Leaping Flames, which means that our next Living Flame is going to be huge, and it also gives us a Mass Disintegrate to use. So we use the Mass Disintegrate, but first, we need to apply Showering Star to our target. So that's going to increase the damage on that target by 20%. A lot of 20% increase is happening here. We're also going to have the benefit of the Essence Burst it gives us, which is going to give us Titanic Wrath. That's a 15% increased damage, right? Not quite 20, but 15% increased damage on that. And then the Mass Disintegrate is going to hit 3 targets. So those targets that's hitting, all 3 of those targets are going to have the 20% increased damage from Milt Armor. They're also going to have the 20% increased damage from Iridescence Blue. Or sorry, no, Red Iridescence. So we won't have Iridescence Blue at this point. And then they'll also have the 15% from Titanic Wrath. And it also marks our targets from bombardments. And it's going to max out our Charge Blast buff. That is a lot happening right here. And then we get to the juicy part, right? So after we use our Mass Disintegrate, and now we've juiced up our Charge Blast, we have Red Iridescence active, we have Milt Armor active, we have Charge Blast fully revved up, right? We're going to use our Dragon Rage. That's going to send out 3 pyres. Each of these is going to be buffed by 100%, 20%, 20%, and our Mastery, which is probably going to be around 30%. So this is going to be a lot of damage. A lot of damage. You press Dragon Rage, you AoE taunt. Okay, this is why they need to look into our threat. They give us these cool tools to use where we can stack them all and do big damage. But then we press the button and we have AoE taunt and we die. That's not fun. We need some way to not die. We need some way to not pull threat. So assuming you haven't died after you press Dragon Rage, what's going to happen next is you're going to use Eternity Surge, which gives you another Mass Disintegrate. That Mass Disintegrate will have Iridescence Blue. It's going to have Milt Armor. All these modifiers we talked about already, right? And it's also going to amp up our next Pyre. So after that one Mass Disintegrate, we throw out another fully amped Pyre. Boom, does big damage. And then we can use that Burnout proc for the Leaping Flames. This is going to be a crazy combination. So in total, it's going to be probably 2 seconds of Deep Breath, 2 seconds of Fire Breath. Shattering Star is a global, so now we're at 5 seconds. Mass Disintegrate's going to be a little under 2 seconds, so let's say that that's 7 seconds spent right now, and then Dragon Rage at 8 seconds. And then after that, it's going to be probably like 9, 10. It'll probably be about 12 seconds to get this whole thing out, but we're probably going to be doing more damage than we've ever seen in AoE before. So I really hope the tank has Snap Threat, because if they don't have threat by this point, we are in some trouble, my friends. So yeah, obviously we don't know if this is optimal yet. This is just kind of like some napkin math cooking happening here, but we'll know what's best once Sims tell us what's best. So yeah. The verdict is Scale Commander's a slam dunk. This talent tree is sick. It is amazing. We should be using this as like the gold standard for all of the other hero talents. It seems like Devastation is getting a lot more out of it than Augmentation is. But obviously we still have some concerns, right? Devastation has some concerns. Number one is Spatial Paradox. This is my chief concern for Devastation in The War Within. Spatial Paradox needs to be added to the class tree. It needs to be a choice node with Time Spiral. So this would be like a really interesting choice, number one. Number two, it kind of fits thematically with it, because if you think about it, it's like Devastation, Augmentation, Preservation in these rows, and it's like Time Magic on both of them. And it actually is a really interesting choice here, because Time Spiral is really strong, but so is Spatial. That's a hard decision to make, like which one of those two you want to pick. It's really tough. And I think this needs to be moved, because Augmentation should not be the only spec that has Spatial Paradox. You should be able to access this as Devastation, in my opinion. This would make it so that you don't have to play Aug in Raid, because right now you're pretty much going to be forced to play Aug in Raid, because if nothing changes for like Priest and Mistweavers, they're going to be wanting that Spatial Paradox, and it isn't something that's quantifiable. You can't be like, oh, Spatial Paradox increases my damage by, X amount, right? Because there's no number there. It's healing. It's all like metaphorical. It's just I get to cast while moving. So like you can't nail down exactly what the value of Spatial Paradox is, but what you'll hear is that Spatial Paradox is required. Obviously it's not required. You can play without it, but because it's a healing thing, and because healers are usually what you're looking to whenever you're like doing progression to survive, right? It's like healing is a pretty big concern. It will end up being required because of that. Because you're going to see people using it at the top end. So everyone's just going to copy the top end strats. The top end strats are going to have cooldowns set, and one of those cooldowns is going to be Spatial Paradox. So if we do not get Spatial Paradox on the class tree, Devastation may, it may be great, it may be awesome, it may be super fun, but if you're the only evoker, you're probably going to get roped into Augmentation because you need that Spatial Paradox, right? And that just feels really bad. We learned this lesson before. Blizzard has already figured this out, right? Innervate doesn't make sense only being for Boomkins. That's why Feral can use Innervate now, because it didn't make sense for only Boomkin to have access to Innervate, right? This is the same concept. It does not make sense for only Augmentation to have Spatial Paradox. Spatial Paradox should be available to all DPS evokers. Seriously. You ask, how long did it take them to give Feral Innervate though? Yeah, so it took them until Dragonflight. Dragonflight talents introduced Innervate as like a talent that they could pick, but it wasn't until 10.2 that they allowed them to cast it from cat form. And that's the real change. Because before they'd have to leave cat form, cast Innervate, re-enter cat form. That meant it was like a 2 global thing, as opposed to just being instant. So they've already looked at this. They've already addressed this. They've already learned their lesson here. We just have to learn the lesson again. So hopefully we learn it nice and quick. But yeah, I am confident that if Augmentation had been released with Dragonflight, that Spatial Paradox would have been a choice node here. I think the only reason why it's not is because, again, Devastation came out first and Augmentation came out later. But this is a very easy problem to fix, Blizzard. All you have to do is just add Spatial Paradox. Sorry, I'm adjusting my mic real quick here. It's a real easy problem to fix. All you need to do is just add Spatial Paradox to a choice node here. It makes sense, right? Look, we've got no choice nodes on our capstones. No choice nodes. Why is that? Add a choice node here. It fits. It thematically it fits. Fantasy-wise, it fits. Gameplay-wise, it'd be so much better. Like in every way, it's a W. Okay, this is like a no-brainer win. Just do it. And then we also have issues with threat. As we've talked about before, threat is a huge concern for Devastation. And other classes have no problem with threat, right? You can pretty much look at like any class that has high burst. They have tools to deal with the threat. So like, for instance, Ret Pally has really high burst. They can bop themselves. They can bubble. There's like things that they can do to deal with that threat. Mages deal a lot of damage, but they have no threat issues because they've got mirror image. They've got greater invisibility. They've got like a million ways to deal with threat. They are also further out. Like they aren't in melee. We're close in melee and we have no tools to drop threat, right? Priests have the fade. Warlocks have a pet. So your threat's being split between the pet and you, so it's reduced. BM Hunter, same thing. You're being split between the pet. A lot of things have the damage coming from a guardian or a pet or something else. We don't have any guardians. We don't have any pets. We don't have any way that our threat is being split between us and an additional target. And we don't have any way to deal with the threat once it happens. Like once we have the threat, there's nothing we can really do about it. The only class I would say that kind of feels like it's in the same situation is Fury Warrior, because Arms at least has a way to parry. Like they can just press their parry button and just parry all the melees. We don't have that, right? So for us, it is really feels badman because we have no way to deal with the threat, and we have all these awesome tools that deal a lot of threat. And we also have to be closer to the targets. We have to be in melee, so it means that we're just like more susceptible to threat. A lot of melee classes have a built-in threat modifier reduction. Just look at like Demon Hunters, right? Demon Hunters just like have a passive threat reduction on them. If you look at Rogues, Rogues have Tricks of the Trade. They can just take the threat and throw it away. Right? There's just like every class that's been out for a long time has ways to deal with this because they've gone through the whole design process, that churn of like iterating and fixing and iterating and fixing to the point where they've gotten now today. Whereas Evoker is new, so it hasn't had enough time to really like grow up. It hasn't had enough time to get those tools implemented that it needs. So we're still in that weird intermediate, like that weird like phase where we don't really understand the problems, or at least like we understand the problems, but Blizzard doesn't. They don't understand that threats are really like a huge problem with us. Our aggro is seriously a concern here. But yeah, aggro is a huge concern, and I really do hope that they look into it because, yeah, it's a problem. Oh, I fixed this typo, but I wonder why it's not fixed here. Maybe I'll have to reach out to them and fix it. I always type aggro as A-G-R-O. Chat, what do you think about this one, actually? I was having this conversation before. How do you spell aggro? Do you spell aggro with A-G-R-O, or do you spell it with A-G-G-R-O? Is it 2 G's or 1 G? Because I've noticed they get used interchangeably, but I think the consensus seems to be 2 G's. I've always typed it with 1 G. Yeah, I think 2 G's is... and I fixed this typo. I don't know why it's not fixed here. Maybe it takes a little bit for it to... This one get fixed too? No, okay, so, okay, I need to reach out to them to fix these typos then. Yeah, there's 2 typos here. I spelled Mythic wrong in one place, and then the aggros all have 1 G. But anyways, yeah. We seriously need to have Blizzard look into our threat. So giving us all these extraordinary new abilities does nothing for us if pressing them means certain death. New expansions are the best time for these type of changes. The War Within is a perfect opportunity to address these concerns. Let's not let this one pass us by. Let's get these things fixed, right? Let's fix spatial paradox by putting it on the class tree as a choice node with time spiral. Let's fix evoker threat by giving us some sort of time-themed fade. Oh, you put your aggro on like another evoker in another timeline, right? Like, this is a simple thing to fix. Just give us these 2 tools and you have like a real spec. So yeah, I'm very excited by these possibilities that Scale Commander is presenting to us. I'm really excited to see what Ruby Adept is going to look like. This gives me a lot of hope for Devastation. So I'm really hyped about this, and I can't wait to get my hands on it. But I do think that these concerns need to be addressed. And I think in the War Within, that is like our perfect opportunity to really, really give that feedback and tell them like, hey, this is a problem. Please fix it. I want to play Devastation. I can't now because of these issues. So please look into it. But yeah, how are you feeling about this? So obviously I'm pretty hyped on it. I'm pretty optimistic about it, but I would love to know what you think, chat. Let's see, we are level 67, so we are well on our way to leveling up here. I would love to be able to play Dev instead of Og. Yeah, spatial paradox is the big thing there. Wait, hold on. Maybe if I do a control refresh, you'll fix the typos? Oh, okay, that fixed it. Never mind. It was working. I just... Okay, the typos are fixed. I was actually changing the typos. What the problem was, I hadn't refreshed the article since I changed the typos. And now we are typo free. Yeah, see, 2 G's. There it goes. There it is. All right, let's read the comments. I've actually been really happy with these Wowhead comments. Normally, Wowhead comments are a little bit rough. Wowhead commenters typically don't give too charitable of takes. So yeah, they're usually pretty brutal. But I did see like a really good one, or actually a couple of really good ones in here, and they made me smile earlier. So I'm going to go over these really quick. So number 1 here, it says, I don't play Draktyr, but Skill Commander would be a nice title to have. Glob Foblin says, classes won't be saved until they do something about Perma-Dragon Form and crap transmog GG. I don't know if I agree with that. Dr. Swag says, a lovely read. Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Swag. This guy really knows how to convey his excitement and get you hyped. Yes, dude, that's exactly what I was going for. I picked Evoker as my main this expansion because I'm a Dragon fanboy. I felt neglected in scoring this Devastation Evoker as soon as Og was implemented. I hate Og play, it's extremely boring. And as a pugger, I hate relying on others. Skill Commander really looks perfect and like a breath of fresh air for the spec. Dr. Swag, hell yeah. We love Dr. Swag here. Savory Deviate Delight, my solution, or if you want to use the... Yeah, I mean, there's solutions to get rid of the Dragon form. You just use like a toy, use a food. It's not a big deal. Dwarf Overload says, I love the idea of support specs for people who just don't want to sweat and let others do the work, still contribute greatly so. Giving these elements to Devastation makes it interesting. Imagine a raid leader playing Skill Commander literally leading you in the battle. That's actually kind of funny. I hadn't considered that. Extended battle doesn't sound too enticing in my mind. Maybe there's a case for cleave, but especially in single target, it'd be completely useless. We can easily stagger our power spells 10 seconds apart, keep the bombardments rolling. Yeah, we don't really know what that's going to be like. Blizzard, remember, it's not too late to remove Draktyr from the game. Okay. Delete evokers. Man, all these hero talents look like flat buffs and changes they should have offered during Dragonflight. No, this one's actually a lot more to it. Yeah, so quote unquote, think of this as an AoE taunt. I laughed out loud in public. People turned, I couldn't explain it. I don't understand why Blizzard doesn't do anything about it. Yeah, me neither. I really hope they look into it because it doesn't make sense. Hot Man Pop says, I like this guy, especially those posts are, usually those posts are only about PvE stuff, but this guy at least mentions some PvP here and there. Hell yeah. I'll try my best here. Blizzard never removed the class the entire game. Biggest change they did was turn Survival Hunter into a melee spec. Actually, they also removed Gladiator spec, so technically there is a bigger one. When you don't like Evoker, then don't play it, but don't tell others how to play a game. Yeah, you fucking tell them, dude. Tell them. +1. Devastation not having any baseline, not telling the way to reduce threat or redirect their threat at this point is basically criminal. The spec is literally designed to do infinite damage on the pole and then fall off. 100% agree. Basically going to require a rogue around playing Trickster 100% uptime tricks, just not to be forced to idle for nearly 10 seconds at the start of every pull if the spec doesn't get something. They could even do something really lame like tie it into mastery, reducing the threat by the same damage increased by Giant Killer. At least that would offset a portion of it. I think the real problem is how tanks deal threat right now. They nerfed tank threat a couple times, and I think they definitely went overboard because they redesigned how tanks work after they did that. And it's fine for most classes, but it starts pushing the line for some, and those classes that don't have the tools really suffer. So like us, Devastation suffers a lot. Let's see. As per usual, hit and a miss. Half of the tree is designed for augment with its focus on deep red. I don't think that's true. No, I don't think that's true. Half of it is designed for devastation, evoker with mass disintegrate and flight damage. Yeah. No, I think it's all designed for both. I think it's definitely more designed for devastation. I'm not sure where the devastation safe submit comes from. I mean, did you read the article? But then again, isn't this okay? Yeah, no, I didn't. What the fuck, dude? I don't know where this rumor came from. No. But yeah, old drama rehashers. No, Deep Breath is just as much a devastation ability as it is augmentation. Sure, augmentation uses Breath of Aeons more frequently because it's like a bigger cooldown for them, but it doesn't mean that Deep Breath is an augmentation only ability. Like, this was a big part of Devastation Evoker since the start. The reason why it isn't as prevalent for Devastation Evokers is because it doesn't feel good to press. And we don't have the tools built into our talent tree to make it so we have insurance whenever we use our Deep Breath. Like, Augmentation has less to lose. They've got a cheat death and they take less damage during Deep Breath if they take the talent. We don't have those benefits, and Deep Breath doesn't do as much for us as it does for the Augmentation Evoker. But with this talent tree, Deep Breath would give us those bonuses. So the only way I can think that you came away from this thinking that this is only for Aug with the Deep Breath is if you just skipped over a giant chunk of the article here. You didn't read any of this. You didn't read the beginning part, and you didn't read the bottom. I mean, really, you didn't read the entire article. That's the only way I think you can come away from this with that take. But, I mean, I'm not expecting everyone who comments on Wowhead to actually read. That's like a given. Anyways, that's all we have today about Scale Commander. Very hyped for the spec. Definitely looking forward to it. Definitely think the Deep Breath stuff especially is a big part you gotta keep in mind. Our Mage, Shadow Priest, Devastation Evoker. Dude, that'd be so sick. I want Devastation Evoker to be good enough to be in the MDI. I want it to be good enough to be in the Great Push. I want it to be meta. Because it's been meta in Raid. Like in Season 2, it was meta in Raid. But we've never seen it be like meta in Mythic Plus. We've only seen Aug be meta. And it would just be really cool if we could see that.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Okay, so we're going to be making this ret pop off soon. So we have to think about what sort of gear we're going to get for it. One thing that's really nice about the server I'm currently on, Illidan, this server that I'm on NA, is the BOEs are insanely cheap. I mean, just look at it, right? 200k for like these BOEs. That is beautiful. 300k for a ring. Exquisite. I don't want to log over right now because I need to get these last couple levels, but
If you find anything
yeah, once we hit
exotic,
max level, we're gonna definitely scoop up some of those BOEs. Oh, I should buy a reagent bag.
ancient to trade needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
How's it going? See you next time.
I just wish Ellie Shaman and Devastation Evoker was more powerful. Yeah, Ellie Shaman's pretty cool, but I think it suffers in a lot of the ways that Devastation does, where it just has like, it has a lot of the stuff and it does like pretty good damage, but it doesn't have like the full package, and that's really what keeps it from being more of a meta spec. Also, like, both of these specs don't really give a raid buff, and having a buff is actually pretty big in Mythic Plus. There's a reason why, if you look at like MDI teams, there's a reason why most of the classes that are in there have like a good raid buff, right? You're talking like Demon Hunters, magic damage buff. That's one of the best damage buffs out there. Druids, versatility. Again, one of the best buffs out there, and it gives you less damage, right? You take less damage. Arcane Intellect, one of the best damage buffs out there. Fort buff, one of the best buffs out there for survivability. These are all like insane raid buffs, right? Evoker has utility. It has like movement buff, but it doesn't have like a big contributor, right? Do you think that maneuverability would be similar to Bladestorm with free control as to where to go? Or do we go into a straight line that can be changed? I think it's going to be the latter. I think you will have a straight line, but you'll be able to turn it. So I don't think it'll be like Bladestorm where you can just like fully control your character. I think it's going to be more like you're in a, it says you're steering it. I think the word steer is actually really important to like, to really focus on in that sentence, because steer implies a vehicle. So like think about how you steer like a go-kart, right? Like, or any vehicle. In a vehicle, you've got like a gas pedal and a brake pedal, but by default, the vehicle is moving forward, right? Like if you don't press the gas or the brakes, your vehicle is just moving forward, and then you're steering it with the wheel. So the way I see it is you're going to have forward momentum. It's just like, that's just part of it, right? Because you're flying, so you have to have forward momentum. If you're flying still, then you do a nosedive and you fall, right? Like part of flying is that you have to have forward momentum so that you can have the air resistance keep you in the air. So you're going to have some sort of forward momentum, but you're going to be able to turn. That's the way I see it. Would be insane if we could like stay and hover deep breaths. Yeah, no, I don't think it's gonna work like that. But as long as they allow me to control it and as long as they allow me to eject from it whenever I need to, I'll be happy. That's really what I'm looking for here. Oh shit, we're almost max level. Plate funnel? Dude, Noel, you gonna funnel me some plate, dude? Oh shit, let's go, dude. All right, we did it. Now the real fun begins. Yep. Number 1, we need to get to Valdrakken. Let's head over there. Where's my mount button? Okay, so we need to send over the BOEs.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Any tertiaries? Oh, we have a speed here. That's a little expensive though. I think we're gonna go with these booties. $500K for a socket versus 250K without a socket. I think we'll go to 250K. Can we get tertiary? This one has speed on it for 30 extra K. I don't think the socket's worth an additional 250K. But I am a bit enticed by this speed one for extra 30K. So it's like 15% more price for a tertiary speed. We'll save our money. We're gonna go with the basic one. Okay, and then let's go with a and then for a ring, 350K for one of these bad boys. I think that's a win. Let's see. Can we get maybe a heroic one with a socket for about the same price? So this would be 483 with a socket versus 489 without a socket. I think what do we think is better? How do I feel about the hero talents for Paladin? I actually am really excited for the Templar one. That one looks really fun. I think because we don't have the aspect crest, the 483 here is more appealing. We may not actually go with the ring though, because the stats are not very good for us.
Bring it to me.
Like, we want haste first. We don't want crit. Mastery. Okay. So we got our helmet, we got our boots. Now we need to fill in the other blanks. Let's turn off trade chat and services, because that's just going to go crazy and be annoying. Wait, where are the portals? Oh yeah, they're over here. $217, this guy is getting massive. Yeah, that's right, Danny. You're absolutely right. We're massive. Where's the portal? I don't play Alliance, so I don't know where the hell... Okay, here it is.
The time for the world tree to bloom draws near, and our enemies are...
Dude, dwarves have such a cool mount for their paladins. This, like, ram is awesome.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
Champion, may I have a word with you? No, you may not. I've got things to do.
You'll find no better in the city.
Okay, so we're going to send over some gold and then go on a mad shopping spree.
Am I dreaming?
Okay, we got the goods. So now we need to fill in the blanks. Head. Already have head. Shoulders. Pauldrons. Buy one of these. Go for a chest piece. That one's got avoidance. Let's grab that. Belt. That one's got a socket on it. Let's grab that. Legs. Leech on this one. Avoidance on this one. We'll go with the avoidance. Feet. Already have feet. Wrists. Avoidance on this one. No sockets. We'll go with this one. Hands. No tertiaries. We'll just rip this one. Under miscellaneous, we first have neck. These are a bit expensive. Let's drop it to 418. Leech on this one. Okay. I guess we'll do the leech. Cloak. Nope. Too expensive. Just gonna go with the base one. Finger. Got the BOE rings, which I don't feel like are that great for us. Other rings are pretty expensive though. Let's see. We'll use the cheap ones. 418 and the 418. Trinket. Any tertiaries? I don't see any tertiaries here, so we'll go with this. Next up is the root. Actually, that's just for tank. So this one's a stat one. That one's agility. Oh, taking damage and melee attacks. It says taking on both of those, so that's not good for us. I guess we have to do one of these that seems like it works for DPS too. In the fridge, thank you. What? Oh, salmon. Okay. Okay, I don't see any tertiary stats on these trinkets, so I think we're just gonna go with this one. What about weapon? We are looking for a two-handed weapon here. Looks like we have a polearm that's fairly affordable, so we'll grab one with avoidance. Oh, that's 6 times the price. Nope. Let's not do that. Not worth it. Okay, and that should do it. Now we get to equip all of the fancy loot we just bought. And we get to watch the item level increase in real time. Oh, we're showing the fancy loot. There we go. 430 item level. Let's go. Okay, and the first thing you should always do after you get your character the auction house set, once you steal this look, is you should buy enchants. Like, seriously, you should buy enchants. I know this might sound silly to enchant gear that's like gonna instantly be replaced, but let me just like sell you on why this is a good idea. Enchants are actually better when your gear is worse, because the amount that you get from enchants is a flat value. So when your stats in general are lower, it actually means that enchants are more valuable. You actually get a lot more of them, or a lot more out of them, essentially. So yeah, it's a good idea. So we're gonna like fully deck the guy out. We need graceful avoidance on the cloak. We're going to need waking stats on the chest. Get avoidance on the bracer. I'm not going to do the waste one because it's just way too expensive. That doesn't make sense. We already got the kit. The unknown, yeah. That's the Willy Wonka guy. Watcher's Loam. Finger enchant. We'll do haste times 2. Weapon enchant. Wafting is 2k versus 700. I think we'll do wafting, the cheap wafting. It's only 1k for one of these, so we'll do that. I don't want to spend too much gold. I mean, obviously there's like a cost benefit analysis, but getting some form of enchants is pretty good. And then we gotta fix our transmog. Did you know the unknown was probably hired illegally? I believe they were a miner. I was watching like, I'm on that side of TikTok where they were talking about like the Wonka stuff. That weird Wonka pop-up they did. And it was like some of the cast members talking about it. Because they were all like super confused by the event. And they were saying that she was like not old enough to even be hired. So they may have hired her illegally. I don't know if that's true, but that's what they said. I was like, oh, interesting. Okay, so now we've got our enchants. And let's see, how many sockets do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4.
You would ask something of me?
haste first. We'll grab 4 of these.
Go
Yoink.
and defend that which cannot defend itself.
Is it Pirate Week? Dude, what is Pirate Week? Like, what are they cooking? Are they cooking? Okay. And that does it. Now we need to fix the Mog, because we are looking rough.
I have just the thing, Wanderer. Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Now that's a look. I think we look ready for battle. Yeah, this is coming along nicely. Oh, we do need to fix the cloak though.
Matches, lucky doos and loot.
The same hat shoulder combo. Dude, it goes so hard. The party hat is actually so goated. Look at this thing. I love the little ponytail on top. And then the shoulders, I love how they just kind of like fly around. It's great. It's important that we like how our character looks though. This is a DPS increase. Gotta make sure we have all the right stuff. You know?
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummles.
Look better, feel better, play better. That's right.
Champion may
That's
have
exactly right. Okay, so we got the look. Now we need to get the buttons. So we need to set up our keybinds, but first we need to set up our talents. So let's log over to EU and just grab everything we have there and then just copy paste it over here. My slot. Yeah, I use my slot. I don't like using my slot more than once per account though. So like I used my slot for the evoker. I'm not going to use it again. Wait, they said it was broken? No, I think it's still working. I used it this week. Or wait, no, it was Wednesday of last week. So I used it exactly 1 week ago. A little, yeah. Yeah, I think it was, it may have actually been Tuesday night, so it may have been a little over a week ago, but yeah, basically a week ago. Okay, so we will copy the talents over like so. What's this? Raid talents. Then let's grab our Mythic Plus talents. Over here, let's enable the add-on we need, which is Talent Loadout EX. Talent Loadout EX. This. Nope. Little hiccup. Game's frozen. Give it a second. Don't panic. No panic. Oh, okay, good. Glad I didn't panic. Oh, look at that. We already have them. We already have the builds. That's beautiful. Okay, now we just need to make everything look like this. So let's export this out. Import layout name ret import. Okay. And I believe our weak auras are already set up, right? Oh wait, we don't have weak auras enabled. Let's turn that on. Let's do a log out. Add-ons. Go to the Paladin. And then we need advanced interface options. We need auctionator. We need bigwigs. We need click for reses. We need details for damage. We need doom cooldown pulse. We need grid 2. We need ID tip. Turn on handy notes too. Little wigs. If you have big wigs, you must have little wigs. Actually, you don't need to have those two, but I like them. We need to have, let's see here, method raid tools, very important. Also known as ERT, sources raid tools, before they bought it out. Mixed scrolling combat text. We need Mythic Dungeon tools. We need Narcissus, very important add-on. We need Omni CD and Omni CC. Those are different. Plater, Plumber, pre-made group finder or filter. That one's a really good one. We'll turn on Raider IO for America. Sorry about that. We also need RC Loot Council and Simulation Craft and Talent Loadout EX and True Stat Values and Weak Auras. We need Weak Auras, probably the most important add-on of all of them. And we'll turn on the World Quest list too. Okay. Yeah, it's a separate one. Or wait, no, it's not. It's not separate, but it's a separate account. So it'd be like if you had two accounts. But it is separate in the sense that your mounts don't carry over, your toys don't carry over, transmog doesn't carry over, and none of that stuff carries over. It's completely separate when it comes to achievements and collection. For what reason, I do not know. I'm not sure why it's like that. And it really sucks. Okay, so our weak auras are set up. Very good. We don't have the legendary, but we're going to aspire to have it. So we're going to keep that icon on our bar in hopes that we get it someday. Okay, and now we need to make sure our bars look similar here. Okay, cool. So I do not want to use my slot. Actually, we can use my slot. We cannot use it for macros. That's what will screw it up if we have multiple characters on the same account. So we will not be using it for macros. We will be using it for everything else. So let's go ahead and enable my slot. The reason why it's a little problematic to use it if you're using it for macros is because it may change over the account macros, and those are already imported from my slot. So if I did that again, I'd be basically doubling my macros, or perhaps replacing macros that I do not want to replace, because there is a limit on the account macros. So we don't want to do that on extent. So instead, we will do ignore export macros. We will do everything else though. Export. / my slot. Ignore macro. Import. Maybe it is broken. I've never seen it take this long. Oh, wait. Nope, that worked. Yep, that definitely worked. We just need to make sure we put the macros where they belong now. Okay, so we don't have macros for pre-yeet. We need to go make those. So this will be our Avenging Wrath macro. Final Reckoning. Execution Sins macro. Word of Glory macro. Cleanse macro. Macro to heal ourselves. Heal me, flash a light. This should be over here, so we should have this. Yeah, it is. Pop macro. We'll just replace any of these old ones. Freedom macro. I think that should be good for now. And we can add more as we go. I think this is sufficient. One more macro actually. We're gonna do our mouse over a blessing of sacrifice. Sac. That looks good to me. Okay, and let's log out so it saves it, and we'll close the EU client. Okay. Back in it.
Let us proceed. There is a universal. You would ask something of me? You.
And we need some deviled eggs too. Deviled eggs, very important.
Well then.
I love deviled eggs.
Proceed.
They're probably one of my favorite foods. Fortunately, if you eat only deviled eggs, I think you're gonna have some health concerns, but man, they are good. They're great when you can have them. Probably the best hors d'oeuvre. If they're ever serving those at a party, gonna have to exercise a lot of personal restraint. With sugar or mustard? I mean, I like the mustard ones more, but most deviled eggs to me are a lock-in. Like, I'm gonna go for them. Hey Preheat, if you had to choose between Evoker Devastation or Balanced Druid in the next expansion, what would you do? Oh man, that's a no-brainer. Go with Devastation. Boomkin is cringe. I mean, Boomkin is fine, but I mean, listen, I'm not a Boomkin enjoyer, so if you're asking me for my opinion, I'm gonna let you know it. Do not play Boomkin. Avoid it at all costs. You'll just be sad. You're gonna end up in your bear form and you're gonna die to damage anyways, and you're just gonna be molding. It's a bad fate. You don't want to bring that upon yourself. Cursing yourself to Boomkin. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
I will see you again.
You know what's really nice is the people who boosted this character to 70, they gave me free bags. I appreciate that. That's like such a nice little thing to do. And now I can stick my old bags in the bank.
A fair exchange.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummels. Like you.
Wow, look how clean this bag is. Would I say Fire Mage is heavily gear dependent when it comes to Mythic Plus? Yeah, I mean every class is, but Fire Mage has other concerns too. It's not just about your gear. It's also about having a target that's strong enough to take the ignite damage and spread it out. Because if your target dies, your ignite dies with it, right? So if you're doing keys at a lower level, then you're going to struggle because your ignite's not going to spread in time. You're going to have weak ignites. If you're doing a higher key and you lack the gear, you're not going to be able to get the damage out, and you're also going to have trouble surviving. So yeah, gear is a pretty big thing. Would I say that Fire Mage is like more gear dependent than other classes? No. I mean, like, it's probably about even with other classes, but I think people emphasize gear a little bit too much. But obviously there is like there's like a math equation you can do, right? Because doing fire mage damage in AoE is, especially as Ignite build, is just a factor of how much single target you can do. So if you run like a single target sim and you see that your damage is like 250k DPS, that's like really good. But if you run the same sim and you're maybe missing IM level and it's like 210k, that's going to be a big damage difference. You're going to be lacking a lot of damage, right? Even though you may be like 480, the extra like 7 item levels that you still have to get is going to make a really big difference. So I would need more context to like fully answer your question, but hopefully that gives you everything you need to know. But yeah, every class is gear dependent. It's just Fire Mage deals damage in a kind of weird way. Kind of like Shadow Priest, I guess you could say. Okay, so we have acquired enough gear to enter Raid Finder. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Doing 17s on my 460 4-set Fire Mage, doing around 130 to 140k overall. Probably doing a lot of mistakes as well because I played it for like 3 days. Yeah, it's also a lot of skill that you'll have to get downloaded. You'll have to practice. But if you're 460, that's pretty low item level. And the 17 is also pretty low key. So, oh, you're playing Flame Strike build? Okay. That's good because at your key level, I think you're going to struggle if you were to play Ignite. I mean, that's your IM level's pretty low. Like 460 is like pretty low. I'll probably be 460 on this character I just made fresh like by the end of today. No flame, of course. I'm just saying that you shouldn't expect too much from a character like that. I think until you're like 476, you're like not really online. The character's kind of like in its larva stage. Also for this weekend, Tyrannical, what would you change? I mean, if you're playing Flame Strike, you're kind of locked in. I don't know if I would change anything. You're going to do kind of bad single target. That's like the main issue with Flame Strike is your single target's not going to be great. Ignite gets single target, good damage, and good AoE damage. But of course, there's a lot of requirements for that. Mage really is one of the classes that feels probably the worst at lower levels. Not just lower IM level, but also lower key levels. You kind of need to be more grown up for you to experience the full benefits. Dude, I'm running so fast. Look at me. Oh, we're in combat. Oh, I need to import my plater. Yeah, I would stick with being like that for a bit, then just kind of like bear it. I go online when I go higher because of Ignite build, bigger target HPs, being able to keep it rolling. Yeah, and it kind of depends on the key too. So like, you will find that some keys are more fire friendly than other keys. So I'll give you an example. Throne of Tides is actually a really good fire key if your tank is pulling it correctly. So like, correctly pulling Throne of Tides makes you always pull until this first sentinel if you're pulling right. And you can attack the sentinel because it has a much higher health pool than the rest of the mobs. And like whenever you're going down the corridors, the watchers have a lot of health, so you can hit those. Whenever you're on the left side, the sentries have a lot of health, so you can hit those. Whenever you're in the middle, you can hit the sentinels again. There's also the ravagers you can hit; those are also high health. You should always have a target with a good amount of health to hit to cleave the ignites off, so you won't have too much trouble in this key. Whereas if you look like Taldazar, there are some high health mobs, but you usually don't even pull them, like the honor guards. You kind of skip those, and they honestly don't even have that much health. This mob has like okay health, but like really you're kind of screwed here because no matter what you do, all the targets just kind of have low health. There's really not much you can do in here to spread those ignites really good, except for like pulling the boss with the trash. So you're going to struggle a lot in that key as ignite, unless you have like a really high key. So it's not just key level dependent, it's also key dependent as well.
Fire has a voracious appetite, but it pales in comparison to the hunger of Volcaros.
She gets a little stuck. Oh my god, where am I? Okay, no constant crate. Dang it. What's up, BDM? 95k, baby. Let's go.
Have you done? Not even ash will remain when I finish.
Oh, someone rolled a 99, dude. I don't go on there. No. I've heard of it, but I don't use it. Yeah, I tank. I tank is prot. I'm not like a big tank enjoyer, but I do tank. Tanking is nice because you can get into groups way easier as a tank.
Seed will be bare
Wahoo!
to the
Alrighty, baby, let's go.
flame and be consumed.
Which one's the easiest to play? Probably Vengeance Demon Hunter. Blood DK, you have to be really reactive. Pally, you have to be... well, Pally can be easy at low level, but I think the easiest is Guardian Druid. I think you'll probably have the easiest time going Vengeance. But Blood's good too.
I will scatter your remains across the fire.
What the heck? Someone pulled these. How embarrassing. No, I'm not in Heroic. I'm in LFR. I want to be in Heroic. Is there a Heroic happening? I would be very interested in a Heroic. Are we ready? Ready, check. Nope, I don't have assist. Ready, check, please. Let's go. I'm on NA right now. Hey Perky, just started playing AUG and was wondering, in Mythic Plus, do I send Prescience on CD or do I put on a 2 DPS and wait for it to fall off and then reapply? You don't want to waste charges of it. So I would put it on the 2 DPS, and then if you're about to cap out at 2 charges, just throw it on someone else. Or you can just throw it out YOLO. But if you want to min-max, yeah, 2 DPS and just make sure you never overcap. You're going to have more than 2.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
Gateway in A.
Hope some people fall over here. Become dead. Use the wings. Not soaking any of these. Come on, become dead. Man, we're too powerful. Need? I rolled an 18, dude.
He was twisted beyond
We hate that.
redemption, but we will mourn him still.
I did 100k, dude. The auction house clanker strikes again.
Take care.
Oh, are you kidding
The
me?
seed of life is volatile.
There was one guy and he took it from me.
With the power of this seed, a Mirdrasil will be defended.
Oh, he needs it too. He's not gonna give it to me. Man. Ah, sad. What FPS am I hitting? My FPS is like 144. Is anyone else seeing weird FPS? I think tanking or killing is easier. Yeah, and in pugs it can be. I'm playing all got Mythic Smolder on, and I'm sitting Brett on 1 and 3, but I see people doing it on the pole and then just on CD. Yeah, that's for if you're like killing it faster. It depends on what your DPS is doing. If your DPS is sending on the pole, you should do it on the pole. If your DPS is holding, you should hold. Your breath usage should be tied to the DPS cooldowns usage of the 4 people you're buffing. So you need to talk with them to figure out when they're popping. That way you can match your whatever they're doing. That's the key. You follow them.
Why has Varrock focused
Yep.
his attack here?
That's right, Jets.
This
We're back at it again.
harnesses the energies of life to order the dream.
We're clanking at 4:30.
It must be stopped before he reaches the heart of a Mirdrasil.
You already know what it is. We're getting that legendary week 1, baby.
Easier to
Better believe it. I wish I could just copy paste my Paladin from EU over. That'd be so nice. I wouldn't do it on the Evoker because I like my EU Evoker. I'd want to keep it there, but if I could just move Prejudge over, I would do it in an instant. In a heartbeat. Wait, what is this? It's right here? What is this? My zone map. Dude, there's like a dead pixel on my screen I just found. That was so weird. It must have been from back when the map week was were a thing. I was like right clicking like crazy and I noticed it was opening a dialog box. So yeah, that was a dead pixel on my screen from the UI. Glad we figured that out. I need to check that on my Evoker. Dude, I bet you my Evoker on EU has that too. I just need to click in the right space to find it. It's invisible.
Now, flame and shadow twists its mind. Will you allow this beast to writhe in agony, or give it a quick death?
Quick death. Quick death. That's the option we're choosing. You know why? Because it's got loot. Big loot. Dude, look at them all. These are all getting the legendary. Look at this. There's so many of them. What is going on? Look at this,
5,
dude.
4,
What?
2.
That's hilarious, dude. This is gonna be fast if there's that many geared people. Dude, look at the DPS meter. What is happening, man? Look at these paladins. Oh my lord. There's so many, dude. The paladin invasion. The paladin takeover, man. Oh, I'm not looking forward to doing the legendary quest again. I just remembered how annoying that was. You could troll one of these guys really hard by trying to kill them. 'Cause they'll lose their line if you kill them. That'd be kind of rude though. No lie. I'd be pissed. Avoidance shield. Look at that, dude. We showed up on the meter. We beat a prop pally. Let's go. Up there with the best of them. Heck yeah, we got a shield. Look at them all go. Okay, let's pull the boss. I actually like the ret rotation a lot. It's pretty fun. It's fun, it's easy. You can do it from range. It's just very laid back. It's just nice. Feels good, man. Come on, give me something. Dude,
Screens are beginning to bore me.
what are those rolls? What the heck?
The dreams besieged
Rolled a
by
9, rolled a 7.
How is this possible? The druids of the flame have redirected the temple's focus to the Firelands.
The seeds of life are in place. A Mirdrasil awaits our defense. And Firak, my wrath.
Champions, lend your strength to...
They wish you chained, Fire Lord. Bound as your predecessor was to the Firelands alone.
I will not be shackled. Come, kindling, and feed the fire.
Rip. Bye bye. Rip. Ah. So funny. I love pugs.
Tremble before the Fire Lord!
Three, two, one.
The heck is this? Harbinger? Is this like some achievement thing? Oh, we're getting trash. What the heck? Dude, how did we get trash? Someone just run and pulled us randomly? Dude, this room is a disaster. Look at it. What the heck? I don't think I've ever seen it be this bad. Fruit tank. We're second on the meters, dude. I'm pumping.
Three, two, one.
Dude, what even is happening in here? I've never seen it be this bad. There's like nowhere to stand.
Gateway in A.
I didn't even realize there was orbs on the LFR. But there are. This boss is doing 20%. I guess it's capped out. 20% more damage. Dude, the entire floor is lava. I'm like, what's going on here, guys? This is not good. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we'll just kill it easily anyways.
3, 2, 1.
Not sure if soaking that's even worth it. Oh, the lava's going away. Look at this. Okay, thankfully the lava clears in here. That's very good. Heck yeah, dude. We're already number 2 on the meters. They grow up so fast. Alright, please give me this one-hander, or this two-handed sword. Please, 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 please. Dude, what is with my rolls? I rolled another lower than 10? Oh my god, are you joking me? What the heck, dude? I rolled an 8 again. I've rolled a 7 and an 8 and a 9. That's so annoying. There's no way Tizza actually needs this. Guy who rolled need on this has like a lot of gear. I don't think they actually need this. They're 471. hate how LFR works, man. Blizzard is really burning the tortilla when it comes to LFR and group loot. They're like, oh, you don't like personal loot? You guys don't like personal loot? Okay, let's give you group loot in LFR. LFR group loot. Yeah, and we're not going to have restrictions. Unless it's tier. We're not going to have any restrictions. You can have a 480 weapon and you can just roll need on a 440 weapon in LFR. Like, what the heck? Why? Why is it so dumb? Yeah, they're not responding to me. They know what they did. Yeah, the guy says he's taking it for transmog. I mean, that's fair. It's dumb that you can do that, but that's fair. Okay. Maybe we buy heroic boost. Let's go into the services. And let's see what we can find. VIP heroic booster only 700k, one buy only, all loot. What if we got unlucky though? Wait, can you help me with the other one though? No wall. Are you a booster guy? Can you sell me a run? Only Mythic Plus. Okay. Well, it's worth asking. Let's see. Wanting to sell a major soul, 9 of 9, heroic saved, 140k, unsaved, 300k. Heroic boost for Ferric, AOTC, 65k. Mythic raid, 9 of 9. Okay. Yeah, we may do some memes. There might be memes happening. You know what? We're going to take it slow. We went really hard on the Evoker. We're going to take this one a little bit slower. Maybe I don't do a boost. I'm going to wait and get Heroic for free. I'm going to save my gold. Because I don't need Heroic anymore on the Evoker anyways. So I'll just bring this Paladin to Heroic. And just scoop. Scoop! Big scoop.
Tell me of your dreams. Champions, what lies ahead is a sacred space within the Emerald Dream. Any intruder to the dream will be attacked, no matter the purity of their intentions.
You know, I told that Paladin who said that he was taking that 2-hander for transmog. After he told me that. I told him I hope he steps on the Lego in the middle of the night and I put him on ignore. I know. Was it too far? Did I take it too far, dude? Whoa, too far. Too far. That is out of line. I hope he steps on just the generic 4x2 brick. That one hurts the most, I think. There's also the triangle ones that look like caltrops. Those ones actually hurt really bad too. So I hope it's a very unpleasant one. Wait, why am I still charmed? That's weird. The spell got rid of the charmed like logo thing showing up, but it didn't get rid of the charm. What the heck? Dude, what a hero. Doing the ducks for us.
Your games make no difference, trickster.
Okay, I'm gonna grab a yogurt real quick and have a little snacky snack, and then we're gonna get back to this.
Enough bickering!
Our combined efforts will expel them from the dream.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Break skulls! Red!
Breathe deep and die. Venomous strike.
Breaking rush!
Poison blue.
Rip!
Shoo, shoo!
Endless rage! Broken!
Isn't this
Foul play! Rip!
Poison blooms.
Rip!
Creeping venom.
Breaking rush!
Breathe deep and die.
Shred!
Oh no.
shoo, shoo?
Broken!
They can take you.
Breaking rush!
Out of my way, blundering oaf.
Gateway in 8.
Shred!
Breathe deep and die. Venomous strike.
Breaking rush!
Breathe deep and die.
Shred!
Creep.
Shoo, shoo! Itsy bitsy miny mo, catch a
Poison
mortal by
blue.
the toe. When they scream, I'll let them know.
Breathe deep and die.
Good.
I've got them
Yeah.
now.
Unless there's like an extreme adverse reaction, you gotta go with it. Chat, what do you think about this? All right, so you go to a restaurant and you ask, what's good? We were just talking about this. But I feel like if you do that, you have to go with the option. Unless there's like a good reason that you can't. It's like, oh, I'm allergic or something like that, right? Unless it's like that, I feel like if you ask what's good, but you give like, you'd be like, oh, I don't really like fish, but what's good? It's not that, right? Like, you obviously qualify it, right? But if you do that, I feel like you kind of have to go with what they say, or else maybe it's like a little rude, you know? At least that's like my philosophy on it. It's like if you do that, you gotta commit. Okay, so we dude, our corpse. Look at our corpse. What happened here? Look at me, dude. Look at me, dude. This is actually so good. Look at how my character is dead over here. Ooh. What the heck, dude? Look at him. Rip. Yo, what's up, kitchen sink? Okay, so that was obviously I didn't intend to just like AFK that fight, but what ended up happening, so I got up, I was gonna eat a yogurt. I realized that I had a leftover that I could eat. It was like this bagel. It was a really good bagel with like pesto and mozzarella and all those sorts of stuff inside. It was like a sandwich basically. I took one bite of it because I was like, this looks really tasty. I'm gonna take a bite and see how it tastes. I took one bite and then I was like, you know what? I have to eat this entire bagel right now over the kitchen sink. So I did I literally scarfed it down as quickly as I could. I ate the entire thing while I was gone. And then I came back and noticed I was dead and I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to finish the bagel. Had a little bit left. That was a good bagel though. My hunger got the best of me. Oh, dude, it was this delicious bagel that had, yeah, I think it was like turkey and pesto and mozzarella and some bacon on it. Good combo. It was hard to like eat though, you know. It's like it's too stacked, you know. That's why I knew I couldn't eat it on stream, so I had to eat it immediately in one go. Because if I came back to the stream, I'd be trying to shove this giant bagel in my mouth, and yeah, I can't be doing that. I had to turn off the cam if I was to do that. So, oh, I may have some pepper in my teeth. Little tooth freckle. Okay, good. No. Brittany's like, put your face up to the camera to check for a tooth freckle. No, I'm not doing that. No, I don't think I will. Oh, no, 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 don't cross the line. It hurts. Yo, what's up, Go Home Ryan? Welcome back, dude. Yeah, we're back on NA now. What makes you mad, EDM? Tell me. A huge battle with Blizzard. What were you battling over? The lift nearly killed your run. Wait, you're talking about in the thieves hideout? So it's like the lift that goes to the what's the name of the faction? It's like the thief people. They're bad men. Why did the lift nearly kill you though? Did you like fall off of it somehow? Oh wait, no, you're in Act 2. You're in Act 2, so it's the lift in Shadowheart's place. The Shar. Dude, that lift is buggy. Your characters will move off of it and they'll fall. I know exactly what you're talking about. I almost had this exact thing happen to me.
4, 3,
Actually, I did. 2 of my characters fell and I had to go rescue them because they were in the rats. They like got in combat with those rat guys down there and it was a disaster. Dude, that lift is so buggy. Whenever you go on it, it just like, it puts your character off the screen for some reason. I don't know why.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Hold on, EDM. I'll read what you said in just a second. I have friends play Alliance and Horde, but we can't do time walking together. Oh, yeah, that is lame. You should be able to do that. If you're in the same guild, you should be able to do time walking together, in my opinion.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, you should totally be able to time walk together. That's lame.
Covered
100% agree.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Gateway in A.
I'm gonna hold these CDs for the next tree. I spent 2 days not being able to play the DH and was about to delete the game and quit after subbing for 2 decades. Someone in my guild was saying my goodbyes jokingly. Wait, what? What was actually wrong with your character? I went completely off on them for not diminishing. Oh, wait, so this is related to the event. Wait, can you give me more information? So, like, what exactly went wrong? Sorry, it's hard to read while I'm DPSing, but... when you become untouchable, you are unable to touch. This is true.
1.
grievous
So you got bugged, huh?
but one we shall not waste.
We hate bugs. Yo, I'm gonna win this, I think.
Be wary, heroes. The seed of life is volatile to handle.
Yes, 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 yes. 3 more, come on. I stopped doing viewer raids? Oh, yeah, but you know what? We can do them now that we're EU. Or sorry, now that we're NA again. We can totally do a viewer raid. We'll bring it back, dude. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. I like that idea, EDM.
With this seed of life, we are one step closer to stopping Farak.
Dude, that sounds good. Yeah, we could maybe do that. Hold on. I'm actually rapidly gearing my character right now, so maybe I could tank it, dude. I need to go catalyze my item. And now I have 2-piece. Pally tank's still fun. It's okay. I have fun with it in Mythic Plus, but I only do like 20s. I like Pally tank in Mythic Plus 20s because I feel like in a 20 as a Pally tank, I have a lot of control over whether or not the group succeeds or not. Because I have a lot of stops and a lot of interrupts. I can just like do a lot of stuff to survive and to keep people alive too. I can like wog people, I can lay on hands people, I can sack people, I can silence mobs, I can gather casters. I can bubble taunt everything if people like accidentally pull stuff and I'm already about to die. I feel like there's a lot there that helps you take care of crisis situations. Like Prop Pally seems like pretty good in a crisis. You can just gain control. So for that reason I actually like it a lot. There we go. We got our 2-piece. Yeah, the conch is the annoying part. Having to stand in conch is really annoying. I agree. I have not played Season of Discovery because I didn't have like a count time on NA, but now I might. Yeah, I mean, Conch following you would be really nice. The place where I get annoyed by Conch, there's 2 scenarios that Conch really gets under my skin. Number 1 is whenever I'm getting grabbed by Oakheart in Darkheart Thicket, because that just doesn't feel fair to me. Like, I have to use, like, some really big defensive to survive that, whereas other tanks can just, like, be fine. That one annoys me, and then the other one that gets under my skin is whenever I'm gathering the pull. Whenever I'm getting all the mobs initially, and I'm like running around, I feel like I'm getting spanked by the mobs a little too hard. Cause I'm like gathering everything, but it's a little sketch. Luckily you've got like really good snap aggro, but yeah, it can be a little dicey. Especially if you're like under geared, that's where you really feel it. Beware of Yeti. Do we want to maybe try to get a heroic going right now? Hey chat, if you're able to do a heroic right now, can you like say something right now? Because I will probably do it later, but I just want to get a head count. If you would be interested. I'm going to try to get this character to be like okay. But as you can see, my damage is not too bad. Okay, we got 3. Nice. How about you, Go Home Ryan? You got a guy? You can heal? Okay, cool. We got like 4 or 5. It's looking pretty good. Hell yeah, dude. Let's get it going then. Let's see, because I could use it for sure. My guy's IM level is really low, but my damage will be like okay. I can do like 100k. 100k DPS. That's all I can do. Or I can tank, but I need a one-hander. I'll have to buy something. Maybe, we'll see if I need a tank. It may not be a good idea. My guy's pretty undergeared. But we'll see. Okay, well let's experiment with this. I don't think people really... We're gonna run an ad real quick and then we'll queue it up. Okay, so this character has like 0 progression, so I doubt people will sign up for it. But I'm gonna say, what's the password? I'll wait for the ad to finish before I talk more. Drink water. Okay. Hold on. Does this count as water? Okay, I'll drink water. Okay, chat. The password is C4. C4 is the password, okay? I'm going to list it up. We'll give it like 30 minutes to fill up. Or less, depending on how many people sign up. It's in the group finder right now. It's under... Oh, wait. It's under Aberrus. Hold on. Let me fix that. One second. Okay, apologies for that. It was under the wrong one. Let's try again. I know some people signed up. I apologize. I had to delist it so I could change it to the correct raid. They didn't put the password, but they're a good tank. I think this is one of you. The password C4. Yes, the password is C4. I see Jet. EDM, you want to get in on this, dude? You're just talking about how you're missing the heroic raid. I'm gonna make a call out in guild 2. At here, running a viewer heroic if anyone wants to come. The password is C4 if you want to get in on the viewer raid. C4. How's everyone today? Good. Really good. Give this a bit to fill up. It might be a little bit, but we will get there. C4 for the biggest boomist. Hell yeah.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
Good, good. I recognize you. Pre-mop feral. I didn't play feral before mop, but I did play fire before mop, and pretty much every other class. I played boomkin before mop. I did not play it. Yeah, no feral though. I did not play feral. I know like feral and classic though, like the Omen of Clarity memes, the melee boomkin did. Hand of Sulphurous, Lamau. Get on in here. We're filling up. Yes, dude, the melee boomkin. Boomkin. So much power in the melees, dude. So much damage. Gotta get those Omen of Clarity procs, baby. You remember the video? What was the... Hold on. I gotta look this up. Was it Rat the Lich King Boomkin video? Is that it? There's like this old video. Really, really old video. I don't see a password. Does anyone have the link? It's like this really old Boomkin video that was like a meme. But it's so old, I don't know if I can find it. It's like an insanely old video. It was like, now balance becomes Boomkin! And it shows them like killing kids in Stormwind. That's it was so messed up. It was a hilarious video though. Yeah. I can't remember the name of it. Oh, I wish I could remember. Give me the password, I'll get you in. Wherever this is. I found it. I found it. Here's the video. This is on NA. I found the video. Here we go. Incredible. Yeah, let's get this guy. I don't see the passwords. Give me the password. Mind Flame, dude. That was the name of it. Yeah. I was like, wait, what's the name? What's the name? And once I was thinking like Mind Flame,
Champion,
instantly
may I have a
came
word
up
with
there.
you?
No, you can't have a word with me. We don't need many more to get going, but we will need a couple more. So we'll wait a little longer. The password is C4. Password is C4. That's fine. We'll just get what we can get done in time. Won't wait too much longer. Say maybe 20 minutes longer. The password is C4. Can someone wait? Who's our strongest person here? Can someone with a higher IM level queue it up? Maybe that'll make it more people show up. Who in here has the best item level? Let's see. Because they'll probably see my character and they're like, "Yo, this guy sucks." I think Grimjaw is probably the one to do. Is this you, Grimjaw? Oh, Evoker too? Okay. Yeah, you're... Oh, wait. Yeah. You're super geared. Okay, hold on. I'm going to send you... Fuzzy? Okay. Fuzzy stack. Okay. I think the Evoker is more geared. We'll do the Evoker. I'm just going to make it as appealing as possible, just so we can fill out, because I don't want to spend too much time in the queue. Once we do, like, proper viewer raids that aren't just, like, on the fly like this, we'll be able to fill easier. This is just kind of like a last second thing. Oh, promote me to assist though, so I can invite other people. Oh, I'm already assist. Never mind. I'm stupid. Yeah, I don't want any responsibilities. Madness is in the fight, I assume, not like your own personal madness? Like you didn't go mad in real life? Hey, so let's, just to get people to join in faster, I think we have a lot of people already who want to join up. By the way, viewer rate is up. But what you should do is change the name to just be like Pumper Heroic as the first two words. I feel like that'll get people to sign up faster. Or Fresh Pumper Heroic. Those are like the keywords I search for personally. We'll get people in real quick. We could use a warrior. Yeah, you know, just like whatever sounds good. Yeah, dude, that's a good name. I like that. Dude, instantly people are like, yes. Okay, no password, no invite, unless you're like geared. We will hold off on the hunter for now. May end up picking them up, but we'll see. Ridley was fuming. Damn, not a good look, as they say. Oh, you're the Ridley. The guild lead was mad. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that can always be a weird thing too. Is like if you're a raid lead versus a guild lead, there's usually a little friction there. See, this hunter is looking better. I would take this hunter over the other one.
Champion, may I have
Do we already have a hunter? We don't have a hunter. We'll grab this guy. And we'll decline this guy. Sorry, no password equals X. Unless you're geared. We could use, I mean, this is a pre-geared mage. We're gonna wait though and see if they give the password. If this is someone in chat, password is C4. He lost every member of his team. Damn, that's rough. That might have been a shoot yourself in the foot moment then. Ooh, we could use a priest. We'll grab them. Okay, we just need 2 more healers, and the rest we can just fill out with anyone. This guy looks pretty good. The BM? Yeah, we'll grab this BM hunter. Could use a monk. Could use a warlock. Oh, that's a geared healer too. We'll grab them. Could use a rogue too. Rogue is always good. There's a monk. C4, yep, you're in. These nuts. That's not the password. We could use a DH, even though he didn't give the password. He's kind of geared, so we'll take him. We just need like 1 more healer and like 4 more DPS and we're good to go. So we're filling out fast. Don't invite any of these guys. We're gonna wait. We may grab them, but we're gonna wait and see what we get first. Warlock would be really good right now. Enhancement Shaman would be really good. What else? What else? What other raid buffs we missing? Oh, Druid. Yeah, Druid healer sounds great. That'll be our last healer. Okay, now we just need 4 DPS. This will fill out instantly now. People are going to see that we have 4 healers and 2 tanks, and they're going to be like, yep, signing up. So let's be a little bit more critical now. Do we have any note users? Nope, no notes. Okay.
Is too powerful to face alone. Gather what forces you can find and remove this threat.
Pump? Oh yeah, big pump. That's not the password, but we'll take you because you are a pumper.
The air around the wellspring of life grows thick with enemy combatants. Take
3 more DPS.
however you can.
Ideally, Warlock. Let me fix up these groups a little bit. If you want to grab the other mage, I can come on my lock. Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. We'll do that. We got a geared ret and a geared hunter combo. And then we'll have the warlock come, and that should be it. Right? That's it. Very good. Okay. Yep. Just need your warlock, sir, and then we're good to go. Just whisper me once you're on. So I'll give you a tip. I think a lot of you probably know this, but if you kill the trash here and you heal this ancient, it's right here, this guy, you get him later on. So he'll actually give you the speed boost for like the rest of the raid, which is really nice. Can I list again? Yeah, 1 second. Start group. Create. There you go. Yeah, it's probably because you're horde. There you are. And we'll delist. Do you need a summon, by the way? Did you get the invite? Oh shit, I'm sorry. Hold on, let me try that again. I didn't realize it would do that. Okay, now we will delist.
The air around the wellspring of life grows thick with
I might be phased. Oh, he's here? Okay, never mind.
and disrupt them however you can.
Flame consumes all, Guardian.
Okay. And I am appreciating donations.
Even now,
Just throwing it out there. Could use some stuff.
twist its mind.
Probably everything that drops, if I can use it. Just throwing it out there.
To rise.
Okay, let's yeah, let's get a stone down, then let's get going. After this knockback.
I look forward to watching either way.
Appreciate the feast.
There is only endless agony.
I think everyone's here. I think this is just a mage back there. Just a mage who's AFK there. That's a big bear. That's a very large bear. All right, let's get it.
5,
You have to click off that big buff or else you can't move.
2, 1.
There is only darkness and pain. Destruction takes root.
I need to grab potions. Damn, Evoker's pumping, dude. Big devastation. Big devastation damage. Where's the last root on this? Oh, it's right here. Who's gonna win, dude? Is it the warrior or the devastation? Devastation's mastery is gonna make them at an inherent disadvantage here, so we'll have to see. It's gonna be a close one. Real nail biter here. It's got a pretty significant lead though.
Gateway in A.
He's just gaining, dude.
Its screams were beginning to bore me. A worthy challenge!
Paladin has 489 legs. Hopefully you're giving that to someone. Or else why would you roll need on it?
You will. Your place is under my heel.
Hmm. I mean, I'll kick you if you do that. I'm not even joking. Hold on one second. Just trying to broker a deal for these pants.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Elude's mercy cannot reach you here. Pain nourishes me.
I'll ping the one to go to. We're gonna go to the left first.
Your torment begins.
Bit of a late lust there. Hey, let's lust the pole from now on, friends.
Gateway in A.
The screams were beginning to bore me.
The dream is besieged by flame.
To your hands. Love to see that.
The druids of the flame have redirected the temple's focus to the Firelands. Within this temple's sacred halls are seeds of light. With their power, we can reach Varrock and stop this madness. I have opened.
Oh, we got the bracers too. We're huge.
Emerald Dream will serve
I'm level up
fuel
rapidly.
Firelands.
Smolderon dares to claim this realm as his own?
Kill this thing first. He's fucking trying to sell it to me. Hey, how about you get the fuck out of my group? No, that's not happening. I'm not down for that. You're not doing that. Not cool. Sorry, you're trying to sell the fucking loot in my Heroic after rolling knee on it? You're out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Just get the fuck out. Literally eat shit. I'm not kidding. Excuse my language. We'll replace you. It's fine. It's not a big deal. No one is like that irreplaceable that you can just come in here and start trying to make some deals for the loot, even though you have like 489s. I'm sorry. Not putting up with that. I'm not the only one in here that needs loot. But yeah, if you notice someone doing that, tell me, please. Because I'm only paying attention to the stuff that I need. Seriously though, if you see that, just let me know and I'll remove the person. It's one thing to like need for your friend. It's another thing to need it to try and make gold. That's just not happening. We'll fill after we do the trash. I'm gonna let this build up here. I'm gonna stop DPSing out when I accidentally pull the boss. Oh, we still have imps on the other side. Never mind. Consecrate is notorious for pulling this boss on accident. Okay, we stop. Okay, let's go ahead and grab this healer.
You will serve as a suitable
We need 2 DPS. Grab this mage. Survival hunter. We'll grab this hunter too. Let's just go. We'll see if they're good. Let me fix groups real quick. So we need to put 2 healers on one, 2 healers on the other. Okay, 1 second. Cured is going over here. Chublight goes over here. Druid goes over here. And Jets goes over here. Okay, raid warning. 1/3 left. 2/4 right. Ready, check. Everyone's ready. /pull 10.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fünf, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I don't have my click set up properly yet. I'll have to fix that.
What have you done? Not even ash will remain when I finish with you! The aid, this seed, will be the ember that burns the world. Bear witness to the purity of flame, and be consumed.
So this should only be when I'm out of combat. And if I'm in combat, then we'll do this one. Friend. Okay. No. Oh, hold on. Let's try that again. Dude, I actually have more trouble with this as a dwarf than I do as other races. I think dwarves actually have a harder time with this jump. Hold on, let's get a better running start. Dude, dwarves are actually really bad at this jump. What the heck? There we go. Dwarves struggle with that jump, dude, compared to Blood Elf. It's actually insane. No issues on that on my Blood Elf. The struggle is real, dude. Dwarves have it worse.
I will scatter your remains across the Firelands.
I think we're good to go.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3,
Lust if you have it.
1.
It's not how you want to do the charge, but that's okay. You want to bring it out away from us. Yeah, that's the way. We don't have a res because I think the mage took it and instantly died again. This is a wipe, I think. Unless you can solo tank this.
Three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
Is a new beginning.
Get a stone down and we'll the evoker grabbed you. You're getting trolled by Teltus. Got some slots available if you'd like to get in. We have about 3 more minutes. Gotcha. Yeah, these things happen. We have a monk? Yeah, we do. Okay, one more and the group is ready. Why do the butchers prefer comets over asteroids? They're a little meatier. Oi. Oi. Mage is AFK again. Once Mage is back, we'll go. Come on. We need everyone here. Okay.
Five, four, three, two, one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, we didn't kill this thing in time. No, we gotta kill that thing faster.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Every ember is a new beginning.
I'll ping it this time. I think people maybe didn't swap. I know I didn't swap, so. It's mainly due to the boss positioning, but it's okay. We can just focus that. We'll fill in the gaps. Let's just get everyone summoned back. People are struggling to get back. Why are they dying, dude? What's happening? Okay, we should be ready now. Oh, Cookie Monster? Okay, I'll get him in. Okay, once he takes a summon, we'll do a ready check.
Five, four, three, two, one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm just gonna clear the room. Good, we got the Bramble. Get in the circle, get in the circle, get in the circle, get in the circle. Press defensives. Five, four, three, two, one.
Kill the ads. Need someone to grab this hose. Not yet, but like once it has a little bit more power, I'll need you to grab the hose and hit the brambles. Anyone, it doesn't matter who it is. Wait till it's like 25 and then do it. It's at 19, 23. Okay, you can go. Yes, hit the brambles now. Press the defensive. And then clear the room. Just run around clearing the room. Whoever has the hose. We lost the tank. Give him some defensives on the next one. On the next charge. We'll res you in like 2 minutes. I don't know if we can solo tank this long, but we'll try.
Gateway in A.
Alright, phase 2. Oh, wait, no, hide. No. Just stick that. Okay. Now it's phase 2. I got jebaited. He was really close to pushing. Just focus on survival here and we win. We gotta soak the tornadoes. That's all we gotta do. Just soak the tornadoes. Not the tornadoes, sorry, the circles. During the second set, there's going to be tornadoes, and you need to be ready to back those up if needed. I will soak this one. On the next charge, I'm going to need someone to give the tank something big. We got a heal absorb. Let's get rid of this. Soak these. Alright, we lost the tank. Do we have a res? We have a res soon. Hold on, I might be able to get you up. 3, 2, 1. Getting you up now. Alright, you're up. See if we can make something of this. Oh, that sucks. There's one of them out here. Just do your best. There's a soak over on the left too. Yeah, that's going off. What's going on, Fuzzy? Between you and the other tank? Oh, gotcha. Would you rather DPS? We'll fill up again. It's fine. Okay. I trust you to focus up on that mechanic. We'll save reses for the tanks. Can we get a stone again? Just for people who don't know the skip. Thank you. Smoldering suffocation. I don't know what that is, to be honest with you. Let's see. Oh, it's a phase 2 thing. Okay, we'll get everyone summoned here. Suffocates the player, reducing healing received. Oh, this is just the you just have to have it healed off. You need to stand on people. Yeah, you heal it by standing on other people. Okay, everyone is ready. Let's do another poll. Not sure how Smolderon will go, but we'll definitely give it an attempt.
3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
After this, we're going to get inside of that safe zone.
Three, two, one.
I'll need someone to do the next hose.
3, 2,
Not yet, though.
1.
Do it once it reaches like 20. Just get the bramble first, and then you can focus on clearing the room. Well, you have to wait for the treants to get healed up first. Those treants healed up if you can. Alright, yeah, get that bramble. Kill the bramble. Okay, and yeah, we got 30 seconds until the boss needs to be near it. So you can just tank the boss wherever, and then in 30 seconds we'll bring the boss over to it. Oh, we're pushing? Okay. Press big defensives here. Alright, so we need to soak
Gateway in A.
the circles. And the tank, whenever they get the debuff, needs to stand in melee. And melee will help the tank get rid of the debuff. Just be on the lookout for those soaks. We need to soak all the soaks and we win. Soak the soaks, easy win. Alright, that set's easy. Next set will be a little harder. Do not use any reses on that warrior. Keep that res. Let's keep it for the tanks, just in case. Might die to this. Try to CC these guys too if you can. Just focus on the soaks. Get those soaks. Kill the ads as fast as you can. Alright, watch for the tornadoes and get ready to do the soaks. Get all these soaks soaked. I got this one. Alright, good work, team. I knew you had it in you.
He was twisted beyond redemption, but we will mourn him still. Thankfully, the seed of life remains unharmed. Take care, champions. The seed of life is volatile in mortal hands. With the power of this seed, Yggdrasil will be defended. Feroc will not succeed.
The other rests within a hallowed sanctum. Retrieving it will be difficult.
Oh, dude, Jets, you need that ring? You wanna hook a homie up? Hell yeah, dude. That's what I love to hear. God bless you. Green to epic, dude? Yes?
What lies ahead is a sacred space within the Emerald Dream. Any intruder to the dream will be attacked. No matter the
We won't spend too long on this one. I'm not sure if we're going to kill Smolderon, but we'll definitely give it a couple attempts. See how it goes. But yeah, let's go clear the other side. Council and Nemu await. Nimue, Nemu, whatever. I think both of our tanks might be AFK. Oh wait, no, Fuzzy's here. He's just on the other side. Come follow Fuzzy. Not everyone's here, Fuzzy. You should stop. This might be bad. Okay. That was fine. Okay, so we need to grab a healer and 1 DPS. Grab the shaman.
Mortals. Well, it gives us no pleasure. Your transgression must be punished.
I will give myself a mark. I will be a duck the entire fight.
Let's play.
So if you have a duck, you give it to me.
make no difference, trickster. My unyielding strength will break them.
Okay. Let's kill this trash. Then we'll drop a stone.
Enough bickering! Our combined efforts will expel them from the dream.
Well, at least I'm laughing.
I will give you a X. I will give you a skull. I am a square. Square equal duck.
Will show the proper respect.
Crumbling earth, plagued with rust. It is no good. Storm.
The time streams are mine to command! You cannot win!
So give me the duck. I will do the duck duties. If you have a duck and it's raging, make sure you duck it. But I'll try to have it for raging. Try to always give me the duck. I will be out of melee. And if we do everything right with the tanking, we will be just fine.
2, 1.
No one defies the Emerald Mountain! And die!
Thank you. Don't soak, don't soak, don't soak. We'll get new pools. Just let me get one of these ducks. Do not soak. Do not soak. Just wait. We're just vibing.
Pre-wave, yo, how's everything? I just get back from a 2-week business trip.
You have to charge into her. Alright, next set of ducks. Make sure you duck me as soon as that comes out. I am ready to receive duck. Oh. How are we looking? Give you the duck, and I'll take one of these ducks. No. Give me the duck. God damn it. I'm trying to take the duck. Try to give me a duck. As soon as we see a duck here, I need a duck right away. There we go. Got a duck. Oh, we kill. Okay, the damage on the bear was too high. No. Focus the bear. We need to kill this bear. Try to kill this bear in time. We might be able to do this. Just kill the bear. It sucks he's running so far away. I don't think we're going to make it. 6 seconds. Nope. If you don't kill Pip, if Pip stays alive, we may actually be able to do this still. Just do not kill Pip. God.
Gateway in A.
Dude, we killed Pip. Oh my god. Why are people killing targets that are like... I mean, this literally would have been fine if we didn't kill the duck. Or the bear. We just killed the bear for no reason. Yo, Shadows, welcome back. Appreciate you. 12 months? Let's go.
Your dream ends.
Die, please.
Cannot even save yourselves.
Okay, just waiting on jets. Same thing again, just don't kill the bear early. We win.
5, 4, 3, 2.
We need a duck to hit this bear. Hit this with this charge. Very good. A little more on the bear.
Gateway in A.
Don't soak, don't soak, don't soak, don't soak, don't soak, don't soak! Why? Just kill, just kill. Kill this thing, kill this thing. It's the only way. Dude, are you joking me? Why? It's like people don't know like the most basic mechanics. Unreal.
True horde lusts for power.
I'm just gonna give everyone the exact strat this time. Because it seems like a lot of people don't understand mechanics. That's okay. I'll tell you exactly what to do. Okay? We'll fill back up and we'll fully explain this. There were 3 puddles, and all 3 of them got soaked at the end while I'm like yelling in real life. Don't soak, don't soak, don't soak. All 3 of them got soaked. Okay. You've heard the 3 rules. Follow them, and we win.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hit the charge at her. Yeah. Don't soak this middle pool. I'm watching.
Gateway in A.
Okay, we're good. No one got stunned. Next is going to be the bear ult. Okay, so a duck is going to need to hit the bear once its energy reaches 100% and it's used blind rage. You can clear pools here. It's okay. You can clear the pools. We have a while until the so we need those. We can clear all this shit. Just careful with the cleave. And then get ready. Get ready to duck the bear. Soon. Okay. Duck the bear. ASAP. Duck the bear. ASAP. Get in there. You're the hero. Good shit. Kill, 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 kill. Good shit.
It pains me to see them fall, but we must obtain the seed of life if we are to succeed.
Trespassers, your very presence disturbs the balance of this place. You will be destroyed.
Let me split the groups.
The guardian of the seed will never relent. They will die to keep you from it.
Don't cross the lines whenever you pull these guys. Okay, thank you. We will find someone. Appreciate it. Okay, we just need a tank and we are good to go.
You do not. The dream remains.
Gear's coming along though. Necklace, shoulders, cloak, belt, pants, ring, trinkets, weapon. Almost a 4-piece too. Plenty of deeps. No tanks yet. If I had a one-hander, I could go tank, but I do not, sadly. I only have a shield. Next time, next time. Taltz has been blasting every poldo. Love to see that. And Jets with the healing too? Yat. Damn. I'm gonna pass it back to you, and maybe we'll get better bites. Come on, any tanks? We just need a tank, and we are good to go. In need of a tank. There we go, we got one. Okay, so Demon Hunter tank over here. Okay, so I think I've split everything up properly here. Yes.
Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one. Five, four, three, two, one.
All right, we split. If you need to press defensives, the best time to do it is at the second half of this. The trees. That's where damage ramps.
2, 1.
I don't think I'm gonna res that
Gateway
mage
in
or
A.
that hunter. We will wait, just in case. I'm gonna hold those reses just in case we actually needed them for someone else. Easy one shot. Okay. Very good, very good.
A grievous sacrifice.
That actually gives me hope for Smolderon. Maybe we can do Smolderon.
Rest well, dear one. Be wary, heroes.
It's the Wowhead article. We covered it. I will link in the chat if you want to read it.
Of life, we are one step closer to stopping Farak.
The seeds of life are in place. Amir Drasil awaits our defense. And Firak, my wrath.
Champions, lend your
It's my write up on Skill Commander.
growth.
They wish you chained, Fire Lord. Bound as your predecessor was to the Firelands alone.
Delnadis.
I will not be shackled. Come, kindling, and feed the fire. Enemies for the fire.
Let's get this new guy in, then we'll go. That's a big lobster. Okay. Make sure you guys soak your orbs.
4, 3, 2, 1. Two, 1.
If you soaked already, you get a circle. If you don't get a circle, you soak. Boss has 5 stacks. Not ideal. A lot of people are missing their orbs. You soak if you don't get a circle.
2, 1.
Gateway in A.
Two, 1.
The reason why it's one-shotting is because the boss has a lot of orbs. Boss is very, very orbed up. 10 stacks. Can't do that. Whenever. Where are you guys going? Okay. Last attempt, y'all. Yeah, we're gonna give it one last attempt. Everyone is ready. Okay, full 10.
Five, four, three, two, one.
If you did not get a line, that means you suck with the tank here. Or sorry, if you did get a line. If you got a line before, now you suck with the tank.
2, 1.
He has 5 stacks. That means we're gonna wipe. If you don't get the circle, you need to go with the tank here. Hitting geysers, and now we're gonna do the opposite. So if you didn't get a line last time, you get a line this time. That's how this works. Where's he going?
Gateway in A.
It's got 7 stacks. Outlook, not great. Yeah, no. He's got too many stacks. Dealing 20% increased damage. Okay, that's it. We tried our best. Maybe next time. People just need to soak the ropes. Alrighty, that is it for today. So thank you all for watching, and we'll be back again. If you want to know when I stream next, just click that follow button. That's the best way to know when I'm live. And hopefully we have some news. But thank you all for coming. If you stuck around, appreciate it. And I'm sure next time we'll do even better. Okay. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.